Hello, welcome to Search with Sean Live, day 2. And yeah, really looking forward to this one. Obviously got some admin stuff to get out of the way first. Then we get cracking on the videos because we've got 11 of them. And they're all really great, covering a wide range of topics like we did in day 1. And yeah, just to remind you, if you missed day 1, which was on Tuesday, I think, Tuesday, I had 9 great talks covering a wide range of topics again, including image optimization to align search strategies. So much in there. So you can catch that all up on the YouTube channel at Search with Sean. And I'm also uploading each talk individually if you've got one particularly that you want to watch. And I've already started that process. So do head over to the YouTube channel to check all that out. And obviously this one will also be uploaded after it's finished, and then the individual videos will also be uploaded hopefully at some stage after that, but it might take me a while. I've got a lot to do right now, and it's the holiday season. So yeah, today we have 11 talks, and literally there's something here for everyone in the digital marketing space. So please, relax, take notes and enjoy. Obviously, if you miss any of it, like I say, it is recorded, or you can go on the YouTube stream and rewind, as I do often with live streams, and kind of catch up. So yeah, please do that. And obviously, if you're enjoying this kind of content, and just a heads up, I've got so many great other types of videos and live streams that I'm bringing out in the new year with some fantastic people in the industry. If that kind of interests you, do please subscribe on the YouTube channel at Search with Sean. You can also find everything on Spotify. So all the chats I have with industry experts and the SEO and AI news is on YouTube and on Spotify. So you go on there and you type in Chat with Sean or Search with Sean, you'll find all those on Spotify as well. And just a heads up, as I did last time, you see it down the bottom, LinkedIn, the stream on LinkedIn, if you're watching on there, does cut out after 4 hours, and last time we did just go over 4 hours, so you don't want to miss the last video or two. So it's best to watch it via YouTube at Search with Sean rather than on LinkedIn. Obviously it's okay for the first 4 hours, but if you do want to watch the whole thing, YouTube's the best place to be. So yeah, I won't talk too much more because we have got 11 great videos to show you today. So let's get cracking. And the first one is a really great one to start with. So it's Lottie Namakandando. I hope I said that right. Namakando, probably be better. Using your competitors to supercharge your search. So discover how to leverage competitor insights to supercharge your strategy with powerful frameworks and actionable tips for effective analysing both competitor and consumer behaviour. So yeah, let's get that lined up. And I think you're going to enjoy this one to kickstart the event.
Excited to be here today to talk to you about using your competitors to supercharge your search. Becky mentioned this is a talk that I've done at Brighton SEO, but it's one of my favourite topics, and I think it's a very underappreciated resource that we have as marketers to ensure that we're really capitalising on the performance we can gain with our campaigns. So I want to start us off by taking a moment to sit and think about those moments where you have launched a new campaign, you have produced some piece of content, or you've done a new strategy, and the performance that you've seen just hasn't been what you had expected. You've had a look in all at the background, the setup's correct, everything makes sort of sense in terms of what you were expecting, but you've just not had that performance. You've had that light bulb moment, which I've had many times, where you realise that, you know what, this may not actually be anything to do with what we have done as a team or as a business. And I think that this quote here from Clint Eastwood during more of his political days is a really nice one to demonstrate not only that point, but also what I'm going to talk about today. It's not about you, it's about them. Them being your competitors and also your customers, because obviously that has a massive impact in terms of what you're doing So again, take a moment to think about how many brands this year you have either been newly exposed to or you've tried as a new brand. So these are some examples of the brands that I've maybe either been newly exposed to or ones that I've actually engaged with recently in the last sort of six to 12 months or so. So two nice examples to demonstrate the importance of understanding what is important to your customers is I've been an avid user of eBay for many years for my pre-loved fashion source. But more recently, and I'd say in about the last 6 months or so, Vinted, which was a brand I was sort of aware of but hadn't really engaged with, became something that I've actually really enjoyed shopping with. It's given me an alternative option to purchase pre-loved items, which is different to what eBay offers, but it has meant that I have used eBay a lot less than I had done previously. Blinkist is another really good example. I love Audible. I'm sure I'm not alone in that. But in the last sort of 6 months, again, 7, 8 months or so, Blinkist was a brand that one of my friends introduced me to and actually really opened my opportunities for audio listening. So I drive a lot in the car, so it's nice to have either audiobooks, but actually now I can start to listen to other types of content whilst I do that drive. So whilst I am still using Audible to a large extent, Blinkist now is one of those other brands that when I'm sitting there thinking, what do I want to listen to, I'm not necessarily defaulting to Audible. And you'll know, I'm sure, when what I've just talked through, that I'm not alone, but neither are you, in that sense of that many brands that you've recently engaged with or started to consider in your consideration set. And also an alien in there, because I thought I needed to put that in there as a nod. So 71% of people have switched brands at least once in the last year. So, that's a huge number of proportion of people. 70% of people will switch brands for a higher perceived quality alternative. So again, it doesn't really matter necessarily whether your product has changed, but if there's a perception that someone else's product might be a better quality, then there's a risk there. 66% of people will switch because of better deals. And obviously the current economic situation, this applies not only from a B2C perspective, like people from their personal circumstances, but also, as we know, in a business circumstance as well. People are constantly looking for better deals as their budgets are constantly being squeezed. And as part of that, people are looking to constantly sort of move, make their decisions based on their new personal circumstances as that switches as well. So whilst it's a smaller proportion, it still shows that indication that there's that necessity for people to maybe make decisions not based on what they want from maybe an emotional perspective, but what they need to do instead. And if you also think about the fact that you can have up to typically 5 brands in your consideration set, that's a lot of brands. Your competition is really high. And humans are both fickle and they're biased at the same time, which makes decision making influenced by a variety of different factors whenever someone's making that choice. And a lot of people here will be familiar with Google's messy middle, and it's a really nice way to visualize that challenging position that we're in from marketers' perspective to try and influence that decision making through that exploration and evaluation phases. And at Reflect, we use the COM-B model for behavioural change, which stands for COM-B standing for capability, opportunity, motivation, which then ultimately, by having all of those 3 factors, you will be able to see that behaviour happen. If there are any kind of barriers to any of those 3, so barriers for capability, opportunity, or motivation, that could be a reason why you're not necessarily seeing the desired behaviour that you want. And that's a really important thing to consider when we're looking at how we're trying to achieve the desired outcome with our marketing activity. And as I mentioned, there are so many different factors that will influence decision, and quite often we will focus on the more practical, rational decision-making processes without necessarily considering how much emotion can really come into this. And that's not just from a consumer perspective. So we might automatically think that if someone's buying something on a retail perspective, like there could be an emotional attachment. But even in a business context, there will be an emotional attachment to those decision-making processes that really matters to them as an individual, as well as from a more of a business context as well. But I've just got some examples here of the typical kinds of factors which can influence that decision-making. As I said, that emotional side, experience, and again, that could be anything from your own experience to someone who knows experience, and that could be good or bad, which ultimately could influence the decision that you're making. Social influence, which we're all very familiar with, and how much that can impact people's decision making, but also things like decision fatigue and default decision, where people will make decisions based on what's the most easiest route for them. I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of these elements later on. So what factors are currently influencing your consumers' decisions? And if you don't know the answer to that question, that's really one of the key ones. So going back to that original point about, can your search performance be judged on your tactics alone? And hopefully you agree with me, the answer is no. So that hopefully will give you your own light bulb moment when you're in that position and being asked, what's gone wrong here? Why hasn't this worked? What have you done? It's not necessarily about what you had done. It's understanding what's going on in the marketplace around you. And from the second half of what we're going to talk about today should give you the tools and the approach that you need in order to be able to come to that question with the right answers. So to start with, you need to keep your finger on the pulse of your customers' needs and the competition's strategy and their tactics, because if you think about the fact that they're potentially constantly changing what they're up to, same way that we're potentially doing the same thing, we need to be aware of what that is. So, excuse me. So let's look at examples. So as I mentioned, so many brands ultimately will do the same thing. So I know as when we love our brands, we're like, we've got our USPs, but quite often, majority of the brands are fundamentally at the core really offer the same thing with some nuances within there. So I've got quite experience with working with experiential gifting brands. So we're just going to have a little look at some of these examples. And these are really nice ones because the breadth of the types of products that they offer is so huge. So we're going to have a quick look at red letter days, version experience days, and buy a gift. And actually, if you look at the homepage of these three brands, whilst actually in this example, the percentage discount is slightly different, which is in itself important. If you look at the navigation of the website and the basic offers that they are providing, they all provide the same thing. They all offer things like driving experiences, dining experiences, short breaks, flying experiences, whatever it might be. Ultimately, they all offer the same thing. If we then take a step back to the sort of shop window, if you like, when someone's searching on Google or Microsoft and looking for an answer to the solution to their challenge, we can then start to see what they're being confronted with at the very beginning. So at the top here, we've got the example of red letter days. And within this is an ad, text-based ad that we're showing here. But as we'll talk about in a moment, this is still super relevant for SEO as well. Within the ad here, from their headline and the description lines, they focus on credibility with using official in the headline, but also availability and validity. So the vouchers are available for 12 months and you get the next day delivery. Moving down to buy a gift. They focus a bit more on that validity, so that's very much been prominent in that headline with the vouchers being valid for 12 months. But they go down a really much more emotional route of give a loved one a unique and special present for all occasions. How sweet is that? And then if you move down to version experience days, they again move more into the range and discounts. So they've got thousands of unique and wonderful experiences, and they have sort of mentioned that discount on the ad itself as well. So when you look at those ads at their very core and sort of analyze it very sort of structurally, they speak to very different needs. But then the question is, which one of those is most important? Thinking about what impact that message has on the consumers. And all of a sudden, we had three different offerings where, for example, when we looked at the more emotive language, if that's somebody who's actually looking to try and a gift for their loved one, that is something that would probably speak more to their focus area versus maybe someone who is more price dependent and price focused. So ultimately, these brands have used nudges to encourage behaviour. And just to make sure that we're all on the same page, a nudge is a small tweak to an environment that can have a positive and big impact on behaviour without limiting choice. And as I mentioned earlier on, we're going to talk a little bit about some of these nudges and consider the mental shortcuts or biases which influence the decisions that we make. So these are really nice examples which relate to the experiential gifting space. So we've got here choice overload. So when you're giving too many choices to people, that people find it difficult. We all know, we can think of that ourselves if we sit down and consider that. If we're overwhelmed with the amount of choice and variety that we have, sometimes that can stop and prevent us from making a decision. And if we look at one of the ads that we showed earlier, we're talking about thousands of products available. Well, do I want to sift through thousands of products? The answer is no. So it's about kind of condensing that into a manageable number, which still provides range, but doesn't feel overwhelming. Scarcity effect. So this is one actually that we're very sort of well versed at using within the marketing space, where people assign higher value to items that they perceive as being limited. So that's why we use things like countdown timers or limited offers, for example, because it gives that feeling of urgency to not miss out. And then present bias, where people prioritize short-term rewards over some of those long-term gains. I think this is, again, very interesting in the example of the experiential gifting, where we're looking at the focus on the 12-month validity. Now, how actually important is that 12-month validity for a voucher versus the discount that someone would immediately get if they purchase a product with that particular brand over an alternative? Now, during COVID, this was obviously a really big thing. People wanted that extended voucher validity. Question is that still something that's super important to customers when they are purchasing these sorts of products? So that's a bit about the theory, and now I'm going to go into a little bit more about the practical elements of how you can actually go about putting some of this together and help support your own marketing strategy. To start with, like any good scientist, you observe. So you look at your competition and your customers. So you firstly look at what did they do in the past. And again, we can be quite forgetful of actually looking historically at what's been going on. So what kind of offers were they showing previously? What kind of messaging have they used? What kind of products are they focusing on as a business? Then look at what are they doing now. Obviously, this is the here and now, and that's super relevant for our customers. But understanding then how does that differ from what they were doing to where they are today? And then what do we think that they might do in the future? The more challenging part of it is that hypothesis of, okay, well, what do we think they might be up to in the next year? What do we think that their marketing strategy might be for the next year? Because obviously that's really important information we will need to know to help us understand what we need to be doing for our own. There are so many different sources of information that you can use to acquire this data. So from a competition perspective, things like auction insights from your Google Ads accounts. You can look at doing competitor audits. We're going to talk a little bit more about how to go about that process in more detail in a moment. Ad reviews, which kind of comes into that audit element as well. USP monitoring, rankings monitoring, keyword coverage, brand search strategy. You know, what are they doing there? They're all super easy ways to try and start to get some of that additional information. And from a customer's perspective, you know, understanding those search trends, using search trends to look at that. Social listening. So, you know, this can be, as I'll talk about in a moment, through third-party tools, or even, you know, just taking the time to kind of look at what's going on with your competitors. Customer surveys, so getting that first-hand information from your customers on a regular basis. Website engagement audits, messaging testing, customer journey maps. And actually, I think that's another really important area that we often overlook when we are trying to understand what best to be doing. And as I mentioned, one of the kind of baseline elements of taking this approach is understanding where you're going to get that data from. And there are a variety of different sources of information, some of which are here. There are more of these as well. But as I said earlier, this doesn't have to be an expensive task. So some of these are paid for tools. Otherwise, you are able to do some of this manually yourself, or use kind of relatively cheap tools in order to acquire that information. And another point that I think is super important that I think brands quite often forget is identifying who your search competition is. Now, that can differ from who your business competitors set are. So I can't count the number of times we've been in sort of a situation where it's like, oh, well, these are our competitors that we focus on as a business. This is what we're looking at from a board level. This is who we're interested in. But when we look at our search, our auction insights, for example, we actually look at who's appearing next to us in the search results page. They could be completely different, or there could be other brands in there that just hadn't been considered. In this case, well, they're not our competition. Well, they are your competition because they are appearing against you in that search results page. Your consumers are being confronted with both those brands at the same time. That brand has decided, intentionally or otherwise, to appear for that search term at that time. So your role is still to compete to an extent with that competitor. So understanding what they're doing is still really important. A really good example of this is Amazon. And I think a lot of brands will be like, oh, it's Amazon, like they're a bear moss. We're never going to, what's the point in worrying about what they're up to? You're not necessarily going to be able to do anything about it, but it's still super important to understand what are Amazon up to, what approach are they taking, when are they appearing against us, because that ultimately will potentially have quite a big impact in terms of the performance that you're seeing. So I think that's really vital to remember. Don't disregard brands because either they're too big or they're not considered as a standard competitor. It's about who actually are your consumers being confronted with at that point of consideration. So once you've decided on the data sources you're using, then the frequency of data acquisition is also super important. And that will depend on the types of tools you're using, but also the size of your team, how much time you've got available to you. But I would still say, regardless of whether you go on a more granular level or on a larger scale, you're still going to get so many valuable insights just by starting to implement some of these ideas. So a really simple version of doing this, obviously, you know, you can use some of these fancy tools, is literally just taking some screenshots of the search results page. You just note down like when this was obviously taken, time of day and day of week, date of the actual screenshot. And then you're starting to copy down like what did the different ads or listings show to that person when someone searched, when you searched on that page, what did it say? And what did your content say relative to the competitors? And by building out even in a deck format, so you can have this like a different page per day or however frequently you're doing it, you're then going to start to build up that picture. And as long as you're kind of analysing that data, you're then going to be able to start to understand a little bit more about how that's changing potentially through time. And then another a key area to consider is reviewing your customer needs on at least a quarterly basis. Again, a lot of brands will look at things on an annual basis. Like we'll do a review on an annual level. The challenge with that is that we know people change so much so quickly. The situation changes so rapidly that if you're not necessarily keeping your finger on what's going on a more shorter term basis, you're going to miss some of those sort of nuances and how things have changed over that year. So reviewing it at least on a quarterly basis, doing search and social listening will help you understand what has changed in the last 3 months that actually could really impact your own strategy. And ultimately, with all of this, you're building a bank of insights and knowledge. So the idea isn't that, you're going to be able to go away tomorrow and be like, bang, I'm going to get all this insight straight away. The idea is that you're starting to build up that repository of information that you can then utilize at a later stage to inform what you're doing. So a really nice example, we're kind of very, very topical. We've mentioned about kind of coming up to Christmas. So you've got the lovely period of Black Friday. So obviously for any retail e-commerce or any brands for whom that's irrelevant. Equally for travel coming into January or any other sector when you've got your peak periods, financial year end. By starting to build up that bank of information now, let's say for Black Friday, you could start either on a daily or at least weekly basis. I'd say as you're getting closer to Black Friday, doing it on a daily basis is recommended, because you'll see that brands are going to start to change their offerings, their strategy potentially as they're going into that period. But starting to look at not only the ad copy, but what channels they're appearing on. So it might be that they've integrated YouTube into their strategy for this peak period, which they don't typically do. It's really useful to then have all of that information, which you can then utilize. So whilst you might not be able to action anything this time round, although you might be able to make some changes, because I have worked with brands where it's a case of like, we've gone through this process, we've identified that discounts have differed maybe with one brand compared to what we're offering. We've had to make a decision as to whether we're going to try and compete with that or if we're going to go down a different route. But ultimately, you're going to store that information either for next year, but equally, you can still use this information and insight for other peak periods as they come through. But it's a really good exciting opportunity to start this process right away. So then once you've done that, you can then start to plan. So consider all of the factors that influence the decision. So really sitting down and going through that process of understanding. So when we offer a promotion, obviously from our perspective, it's like, oh, that's great as a standalone piece. But there are so many different factors that will come into play. And when you're a consumer, particularly if you're deal focused or really aware of price, some of these other elements here could be more important. So they're actually going to have a bit more insight into what the sort of small print essentially is around that promotion. And then when you're structuring your calendar, your content calendars, with your own KPIs in mind, so you're looking here at creating like what content are we creating relative to each of the months. Is a very simple, simplified version. But alongside that, again, if we're looking from a retail perspective, you've got your promotions that you're then going to say, like we're going to do, say, like 25% site-wide discount. You might have Mother's Day discount codes, 2-for-1 weekend trips, whatever it might be. That's all great. And then the enhancing of that is an overlaying from what your competitor research has shown you. So then all of a sudden you've got not only your content calendar, but you've also got your competitors' content calendars overlaid. So from that approach of understanding, okay, what did they do last year? Now we can start to fill in the gaps of what we think they might be going to be doing this year. What discounts did they run previously? What do we think they might be going with this year? And then obviously we can compare that to what we're actually going to be approaching ourselves. We'll start to identify differences potentially in the offering. And again, if we think about the fact that if you're then going to be, from a consumer perspective, confronted with these two offers, what kind of impact do we think that that's going to have on the response rates to our ads or our content or creative? And then you test. But remember that the variables you're testing are not just your own. So again, when you're in that situation of testing, it's like, oh, well, we've got these tests, but it hasn't performed the way we thought it would. But actually, you're only looking at two elements of that variable. There are so many other factors that are out of your control that are happening at the same time. And your tests are at least two-sided, because it looks nice on this side. But they're at least two-sided. So you're testing your copy against itself, but you're also testing it against what your competitors are up to as well. And then finally, you will evaluate. So we've got an example here of using click-through rates, where we have plotted over our own brand promotion, where we can see that uplift in click-through rate off the back of that. What you can then do, obviously, with that competitor insight research that you've done, is then overlay your competitor brand's promotion. What kind of impact did that then have on the click-through rate we were seeing with our campaigns? And then you can explore the impact your message has had on the engagement you're seeing, and then ultimately decide how to your strategy needs to adapt to what's going on around you, allowing you to be both strategic and responsive, which is so important, particularly as we're finding people are things are not static and are constantly changing. And this strategy ensures that your brand can remain responsive to the market changes of your competition, but also of your customers' needs, which will also be adapting. So to quickly recap, sorry, a little bit more black time. The 4 main stages that we work through is about observing. So first of all, observe your customers and your competition. Keep an eye on what they're up to, because chances are they're probably doing the same to you. Plan based on the research. Think about what you're going to be doing and use that information to really solidify and make those decisions around your strategy. Testing. So consider all of the variables that are coming into play. And when you're kind of evaluating something, obviously don't just be too focused on exactly what's going on from the perspective of what you've been doing, but also think about what else is happening around you. And then finally, evaluate with your competition in mind. So when you're looking at what the results are showing you, just think about, okay, what tactics and strategies have we personally taken? What have we done in our accounts that we've changed this year versus previously? But include those insights you've got from your competition as well. And as I mentioned, you can start as big or as small as you like. So this isn't, it doesn't mean that you've got to have huge budgets to be able to do this. It can be really simple. So things like the Google Transparency Center, doing a simple SERP review, but there are other channels as well that you can use that you can pay for, which can give additional insights. Looking at the cadence of when you're going to be doing this, so monthly or weekly, generally speaking, is more than sufficient. But if you're coming into a peak period, you might want to consider daily. And then what's really important is it's all and good having all this data and information, but it's the action off the back of it that's so important. So you're creating that repository of changes that you're tracking, you're reviewing it on a weekly basis, and then you're deciding what the actions are off the back of that to make sure that what you're making the most of that information and data that you've got available to you. And the biggest risk associated, in my opinion, with ignoring that environment, there are quite a few really. So reduced credibility. So as we know, if we're not able to understand how to speak to our customers because we're not listening to what they're saying, then that ultimately will mean that we are less credible in the marketplace versus our competitors. Sorry, we're losing market share. Ultimately, if your competitors are able to adapt more easily to the environment because they have made more of that effort to look at their customers and what's going on around them, then ultimately you're going to be losing out on that opportunity as they're growing their market share. They're taking that from somewhere. You'll become less relevant because you're not staying in touch with listening to what's going on. And again, that's so important for customers to feel that you are listening to them, the authentic, but you're also up to date and relevant. It will stunt your growth ultimately, because if you are losing that market share, you're not gaining that market share. And ultimately, your competitors are capitalizing on that opportunity. And that lack of innovation, which I think is super important. We're all, again, very capable of looking at what's going on in our own 4 walls. What can be the real ultimate game changer is when you're looking outside of that, of what's going on, and that can really help drive that innovation. Another interesting point, actually, I forgot to mention earlier on, is around not only with your competitors being that kind of direct competitor set of those brands that are ones that are in your sector, but also looking outside of that, who else within a similar product type or similar type of journey, customer journey that might be going through. What can you learn from those experiences as well that you can also use? But ultimately, like keeping your eye around what's going on, not just on what you're doing yourselves, will help with that innovation as well. So hopefully I've given you lots of food for thought and lots of opportunity to kind of go away and either start something even today, or if not today, then maybe tomorrow. And ultimately, I want you to go away with remembering that quote from the beginning, that it's not about you, it's about them. And that's, with that in mind, you can only go from strength to strength with your marketing strategy. So thank you so much for listening. There are you can download the slides, I think, although you get the slides, I think, sent to you anyway. But we also have got a performing and tracking a training program, which I found very difficult to say, which is coming up in the new year, which is super exciting. So myself and a couple of the other guys in the team will be going through this training program covering a variety of different topics. I think on here, so GTM tracking, advanced GA4, behavioral science and data, if you want to find out more about how to unearth some of these insights, things like, using it for customer journey mapping, etc. Also things like data storytelling, so really helping people to better tell the narrative of what they're trying to say internally to their stakeholders as well as their customers. So yeah, the spaces are limited, so please do check it out and sign up soon so you don't miss out.
Oh, okay, we're back. You can tell it's early Friday because things are messing up already. That's the magic of live stream. So yeah, thank you, Lottie. Well, way to kick off the day 2 of Search with Sean live. And yeah, hopefully forgive me on the surname pronunciation. I think we got there in the end. But yeah, great presentation. And yeah, do connect with Lottie. And yeah, just if you've missed the start there, the first talk, then you can head over to YouTube and go on the live stream and go back and from the start. And also if you're watching it on YouTube, then yeah, you can do the same thing. And yeah, please do, whether you're watching it now or in the future, please do like the video, comment. All those things really help boost the stream and boost the channel. Obviously I've got a lot planned. It's only just me, obviously, and it just helps. So I really do appreciate that. So yeah, we'll go on to our next video. So this is from Chloe Chamberlain. It's all about AI in action, transforming your digital marketing team, and discover how to create an internal AI policy, train your team to use AI effectively, collaborate with AI tools, explore real world examples to boost teamwork and innovation. Obviously so important these days with AI coming into play. And yeah, it's a really interesting video. So I'll just get this lined up.
And welcome to my talk, AI in Action, Transforming Your Digital Marketing Team. I'm a senior digital PR strategist at Distinctly and have been here for 3.5 years now, and I'm the co-author of our recent AI white paper, Integrating AI into Digital PR. The white paper follows our AI adoption journey of our digital PR team at Distinctly, from relative zero to team-led AI innovation. So about a year ago, we set out to improve our understanding of AI. ChatGPT had come out about 9 months before that, had taken the world by storm, in headlines everywhere, and it really was the first step to making large language models available to the general public. As an agency, we want to be the forefront of innovation, and we believe that our clients deserve the best. So we wanted to make sure that we were at the forefront of understanding how AI can integrate into our everyday, but also how AI would eventually impact our clients. So as the first stage in integrating AI into our digital PR team was to create an AI policy. This consists of a written document explaining exactly how to use AI and how not to use it, which I think is the more important part. What an AI policy does is it creates boundaries. So if anyone's unsure how to use AI within the team or how not to use it, what they should and shouldn't be putting into a large language model, they can refer back to this AI policy and know exactly what not to put into ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Claude, things like that. And what creating an AI policy does is it creates confidence in the team, knowing exactly how they can and cannot use it. So once you've created an AI use policy, the next step is to measure your team's skill level to assess where there may be any gaps in their knowledge. Once you've identified these gaps in your team's knowledge when it comes to AI usage, you can then set about trainings. So for instance, a lot of your team may be very capable at using AI for proofing, but not so confident when it comes to image generation. So, image generation is the one that you want to train up first, depending on whether that is something that you use within your digital marketing team, so that you're not wasting your internal time and you're really prioritizing what is needed within the team to make sure everyone is on the same playing field. We did a training probably once every couple of weeks for 2 or 3 months. And then we ran weekly workshops. And this was probably the most important part. Whilst, yes, training is very important and it's good to get everyone on the same base level, these weekly workshops is actually what improved the team's confidence in using AI for digital marketing. So these weekly workshops were set half an hour slots on each Friday afternoon for about 2 months, each week with a different theme. We made sure to assign internal time to every person in the digital PR team so they had time for these weekly workshops, and they weren't over capacity and still had time to prioritize their clients. By having these weekly workshops on a Friday, it meant that people could prepare themselves and identify throughout the week anything where AI might be able to help speed up their processes. So each weekly workshop had a different theme, from ideation, image generation, press release creation, outreach, persona creation. This is when ChatGPT released their new personas, and we explored exactly how we could use that to our advantage. And our final one was to create a prompt bank where everyone could share what they found useful in one, where we can copy and paste our good prompts into ChatGPT or another LLM. Another part of these weekly workshops that were really important was accountability. And what this consisted of was everyone putting their findings, screenshots of their prompts, of the output from ChatGPT, and their thoughts and learnings from this experiment. And they put it into a deck, and then in a weekly team meeting, we would go through and people would identify what they enjoyed from the session and what they thought could be improved upon, or maybe what we couldn't use AI for. Every digital marketing team is busy. We have emails coming in all the time, we have clients or internal emails to reply to, Slack messages to reply to, campaigns to produce, campaigns to outreach, pushing that aside and doing reactive outreach to whatever is going on in the news cycle. It's an incredibly fast-paced environment. By allocating time and booking it into people's calendars, it made sure that people had the time to spend on AI innovation and these workshops. What we also did to encourage participation was to create some accountability by people putting screenshots and their thoughts on what maybe failed and what they learned from those workshops into a deck that we could go through as a team. One really important part of these workshops was encouraging failure as a part of learning. Ultimately, we cannot innovate if we are afraid to fail. A key part of these workshops was encouraging failure as a part of learning. Without failure, we wouldn't be able to innovate. Being able to innovate and be playful and create a safe environment for people to take risks, whether it's using AI to help create some client content that maybe is a little bit out there, or whether it's an AI image of a bunny wearing a suit. Making sure it's a safe space for people to be creative and play really allowed us to innovate. And that was shown in our results. While not the aim of our weekly workshops, we did actually have one of our team members become inspired to create a campaign which used AI to help imagine what iconic places throughout the UK would look like if they were covered with cherry tree blossom. This campaign ended up being produced and it generated over 30 links and pieces of coverage from many different regional websites. This was just one result of how these workshops paid off. Going back to the survey I mentioned earlier, once we completed these workshops, we then created another survey with the exact same questions and sent them out to the team. And what we found from that was understanding from AI increased by 67% across digital PR executive levels, so the more junior levels in the team. And perceived AI competency improved by 35% throughout the team. We also saw that AI tools are used more regularly to support day-to-day activity. And ultimately, that was our main goal of integrating AI into our digital marketing team. Using AI tools to regularly support day-to-day activity is exactly what we wanted our outcome to be. because ultimately AI is there to support us rather than replace us. By encouraging this ecosystem of everyday innovation within the team, we were able to then go and create some of our own AI tools. We know, for example, at Distinctly, we often use AI, ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Claude, for example, to bounce headline ideas off each other and subject line ideas. This is something that's really useful, especially when we are working from home. It's not like just being in the office where you can lean over and ask someone a quick question on what they think for different headlines. You might be able to send them a quick message, but ultimately you're never going to get that same real life feedback. Whereas if you're using ChatGPT or Google Gemini, etc., you can bounce off of AI. It will give you all different alternatives, which we don't copy and paste, but instead we use it as a form of ideation. So by identifying this use case, our data analyst in the team was able to create the Distinctly headline grabber, where you're able to input a sentiment that you want to be created and the headline of the piece that you're creating. It will then give you 5 different alternatives with the sentiment that you've chosen, and you can keep on repeating. So that's just one use case that we got out of these workshops, and it is very useful and helps support the team on a day-to-day basis. Another lot of tools that we like to use are Ahrefs writing tools. Again, they have loads of different functions, so if you or your team don't particularly like crafting in-depth prompts or isn't something that anyone feels particularly comfortable with, then using these writing specific tools is a really good way to help integrate AI into your team. It can even just be the first few steps, and as you become more familiar with the different outputs and what you're wanting from it, you can then start to use that to inform how you're prompting ChatGPT. So now you've integrated AI successfully into your digital marketing team. What's next? Well, encouraging the team to use AI in their day-to-day on a regular basis is really important. That can be from selecting one person to share a prompt each week that they've been enjoying using, or to name something that they found hasn't been so useful when they're using ChatGPT, just to ensure that the team are regularly using it. Encouraging AI use into your everyday is the ultimate goal. What's really interesting is looking at how AI is affecting digital marketing as a whole. So not only do we need to integrate AI into our workflows, but we also need to look at how AI is functioning in the digital marketing sphere. The biggest change in this has been Google integrating AI into the SERPs with their AI overview. Now, what's really interesting about this is the fact that your brand can essentially skip all the organic rankings and appear at the very top of the SERPs, even if you're not ranking highly yourself. Ultimately, if you're ranking highly in the SERPs, then you're going to appear in AI overviews, which is great. One way to get your brand into the AI overviews without your website ranking that highly for your keywords is to create campaigns and stories that you outreach to the press with your target keywords. This means that the AI overviews are more likely to use the high authority publications with your client or your brand's news. So how can you get your brand ranking in AI overviews if you're struggling to rank in the SERPs? Well, digital PR is one major way to achieve this. By creating digital PR campaigns with your keywords in mind, you can outreach these to journalists at high authority publications, which are more likely to be picked up by AI overviews. Also, outreaching these campaigns to trade press is likely to get you into the AI overviews. And ultimately, because of these AI overviews, creating on-site content for your website to accompany these campaigns will be more important than ever. Because not only can the AI overview link to your national piece of coverage, your trade publication piece of coverage, but also your client or your brand's website. So integrating AI into your digital marketing team is more important than ever. Not only using it for day-to-day innovation, but also to understand the wider AI landscape and how it is affecting the digital marketing industry. If you enjoyed this talk, then please give Distinctly a follow and myself a follow, Chloe Chamberlain on LinkedIn and Blue Sky, and at Chloe Digital PR on Twitter /X. Thank you for listening.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's very important. Obviously, AI is coming into play so much now, and yeah, we need to adapt as teams and companies. So yeah, great talk there. So next one, we keep this rolling. We've got a lot to get through. It's my friend, someone who's been on the show. I'll put a link somewhere to that, hopefully, if I can. But if not, go and check on search for Sean YouTube channel, and you'll find the video there. And it's basically my next videos from Sarah Tahir. You probably know her if you work in the industry, very popular. But yeah, you can find that chat, as I say, on the YouTube channel, and also on Spotify. If you go on there and type in chat with Sean, you'll find my chat with Sarah on there as well. And yeah, this is called A Tale of Two Courses. So the video outlines the process of creating an online course, highlighting key steps, common challenges, and practical recommendations, while suggesting tools and programs to streamline course creation delivery. And something really different. It's a good thing about this is that we are covering such a wide range of topics. And I was really excited about this one. So yeah, let's get this lined up.
First of all, thank you so much for being here today. I want to share with you my journey and how I came to make the decision of building two courses, the Python training for marketers and the SEO strategy course, which is still work in progress. So let's get started. First thing I want to tell you a bit about myself. First of all, I'm a mom before anything. That's the most important thing for me. I'm originally from Egypt. I moved to Canada in 2019, and I became a Canadian citizen. And I've been doing SEO for 10 years. My background is in computer science and engineering. The way I got introduced to SEO is I started an online magazine for women, and this is how I stumbled upon SEO and to get more traffic to my website. I also had a startup in the past in Dubai. I also launched an e-commerce website. Right now, I'm a LinkedIn creator, I'm a course creator, and I'm a content creator as well. In addition to my full-time job, part-time right now. So in addition to my part-time job right now, I work part-time at an agency. And if you see this here, you'll notice something. Creating things. I have a passion for creating things, okay? So once upon a time, what happened? Why did I create two courses? First of all, first thing that happened, I wanted to sell digital assets. So back in 2022, I was active on LinkedIn and I started to build my brand. I have been doing that for a while and I had some following and I was like, okay, I want to sell digital assets, right? So I created an SEO portfolio template, put it on Gumroad, and it's really a very simple document. I didn't know what type of templates to create, what type of digital assets to sell, and I didn't have a lot of time back then. So I just launched this. It went well. It's not a big success or anything, just a small template. But I got all my ratings were great. So I was like, okay, that's a good thing. But I never had the time to dig deeper into selling digital assets and what other type of things I can build. And the second reason is, as I said, I like to build things. I like to create things. And I've been asked a lot, Sarah, did you do like market research or did you find like a business opportunity? Like, why did you create the SEO strategy course and the Python training? And these are valid approaches if you want to launch a business or a product or something. That's totally fine. However, what happens usually with me is I follow something I'm passionate about. And my advice, and a lot of people will give you this advice as well, I believe, find something you have passion and you really like working on. Why is that? Because if you're building something, it's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of time. And if you really don't like what you're doing, it's going to be a struggle. So if you, and there will be a lot of failures. A lot of people don't admit this. There will be failures and things you think will be very successful and won't. And failure is part of the journey. I don't know someone who would claim that they got it right from the first time in anything they started selling. You learn and you grow, and to have this resilience and to be able to keep going, you need to like what you're doing. So yeah, I mean, some people follow the money, which is fine. I'm not being judgmental or anything. That works. Or some people follow their passion, and I just like to create things. So, one second. Yeah, okay. Moment of truth. I lost my job early this year, and I had a lot of time. I wasn't sure when I was gonna get another job. I was actively looking, but I just was without a job, right? So I was like, okay, what is one thing I want to do, or what do I want to work on? And I kept thinking like, okay, what's next for me? Like till I find a job, or what I like to keep myself busy with things and creating things. And I said, okay, let's revisit the digital assets thing that I worked on back in 2022, and I never got to grow it to be, to what I wanted it to be. Okay, so I spent time thinking and thinking, and two questions that helped me come to the conclusion that I want to launch a course. First one was, what do I want to do? What do I want to build, right? What do I feel excited about? And then the second thing was, where can I provide unique value? I'm not trying to copy what someone else is doing, even if they're doing great and it's very successful. I'm very happy for them, but I want to provide or create something where I will have a unique edge there, right? There's no point in copying what other people did. And I kept thinking about this for a while, and this is when I realized, okay, let's look at SEO. I want to build a digital asset, so maybe a course. Okay. What about a technical course? I can build a technical course, but there are a lot of technical courses, and one of them off the top of my head is Christina's course, which is getting a lot of awesome feedback, and it's been there for a while. It's developed. So even if I launch one right now, it may not be, very special compared to hers. It's a valid, like if someone wants to launch a technical SEO course, yeah, please go ahead. I'm not discouraging you or anything, but my thinking was, where can I provide unique value? So I felt I didn't feel it's going to be very special or different. So the technical idea, I crossed that out. And then the content, I felt, okay, second bucket of SEO. And I have some cool ideas about content audits and content strategy, and updating existing content. Like I have a cool framework I can share. But I didn't feel it's like an in-depth course or anything. I felt this is like a crash course, like something I can do, a small short course. So again, while I felt I can have some unique value there, I didn't feel this is where it's like my best, right? So that, put a pin on that, maybe something I would return back to in the future, but not right now. And then authority backlinks. I have no interest in creating any content about backlinks or digital PR. I would like maybe to talk about strategy a bit, but I didn't feel myself, there's no passion or no interest that will keep me going in that area. So that went away. So the only remaining thing I felt, yeah, strategy, this is something I want to talk about. And I was really excited about, because I felt I have a lot of cool ideas and a lot of unique things I want to share. I know there are two very famous courses in the industry, the SEO MBA and the other one by Kevin Indig in SEM Rush. I checked them out. I looked at their content, what does the course cover, and I felt the angle I'm offering my course and the way I'm thinking about it is very, very different. So I end up choosing the strategy course. Yeah, sorry for the lame graphics here, but that's how I felt. Like, yes, that's my aha moment. So I was very excited about the strategy course. I felt I have a lot of ideas, cool things. A lot of them I accumulated over the years. So I felt this is where I can really provide unique value. Okay, but I've never created a course before, right? I don't know how to record and edit videos. I'm horrible at that. And there's way more than just editing. It's also about like speaking skills, confidence. I was like, no, I'm not that good or good to do this. And then how to prepare a script. I didn't even know I needed a script. I thought I can wing it, and then no, I probably need a script. So that was an issue as well. I don't know how these things work. And then what platform to host my course? I was using, and I just migrated actually from Ghost. So I was using Ghost for my newsletter. It's a very good platform, but it does not provide functionality for creators that want to sell courses. So I kept looking, and I decided to move to Podia. Podia is awesome for creators. I highly recommend it. However, to be very clear, it has a very big problem when it comes to SEO. Like, it doesn't have a dynamic, it doesn't generate a sitemap. You cannot create redirects. It's really really early or very limited when it comes to its SEO functionalities. So it's very limiting. However, I really liked this platform because it's very flexible when it comes to the items you want to sell in your courses, and if you want to build a community around that, and also how to price it. Like, I am horrible at pricing. Like, I was like, okay, I want to build the SEO strategy course. Maybe I would sell it for like $10. And then people were like, Sarah, $10? That's weird. No. So another thing is, okay, what if the course sucks? Like, what if I create something that's so bad, which can happen? I'm not like a very good public speaker. I don't have the confidence. Even if I have some information or something unique or a unique value, what if overall it sucks, right? So there was a lot of questions on my mind. However, there's always someone willing to help in SEO, and that's the good news. So I have heard people say a lot of people are very protective and they don't like to share how they work on their courses. That can happen, but there's a lot of people that actually help me. So Ali, for example, I'm not mentioning everyone. I don't want to give the impression that this slide includes all the people that help me. There are way more people than here on the slide. So Ali, for example, who has a course, I started reaching out to people who built courses that I know. So Ali has a course, SEO course. So he gave me some guidance, and he told me most courses go between $3.99 and $5.99. And it depends like on the value, on a lot of things, right? So he gave me a place to start. And then I also talked to Marco. Marco launched Analytics for SEO course, and I talked to other people. And even when I recorded my first video, I met with a lot of people to get their feedback, which was one of the best things I did. It definitely helped me adjust my slides, adjust my style, understand, get a sort of a validation. Would actually people be interested and like what I'm giving them or not, right? Okay, so after getting feedback, and as I said, this is not a comprehensive list of all the people that helped me. There are way more people that gave me time and responded to me. So just want to take this moment to say I'm super thankful. Thank you so much, everyone who have given me time. Okay, so the process. As I said, I've never created a course before. So the best place to start any idea is to start writing. So I said, okay, I'll write a list of topics I think I want to discuss. So what you see here on the left is some of those items. It's not the comprehensive list, some of it. And I started writing, okay, this is what I want to talk about first. This is what I want to talk about second, and so on. And actually, I also got feedback on the outline. And the outline I started with is very different, is a bit different, or to a good extent different, and changed with the one that I started with. It's different. Like the one I have right now is different. And so just outline, like dump everything you have on your mind in a document. I use Notion, and I highly recommend Notion. I love it. It's really good to put everything in one place. And then after I created those, the outline, I was like, okay, how do I start? I was thinking about winging it. Like I jumped into creating slides first, and then I was like, no, I need to know what I want to say. So I went back, and my process became I basically write the lesson script with Notion again, and then I create the slides. And this includes, of course, any screenshots I need to take, anything I need to show. And then from there, I did my research and I decided to use this script to record. And okay, one of the things I did, and I think it was a mistake, but that was what I could do at that point. I'm horrible at video editing, and I was like I wasn't even good at using this script. I tried to learn it, but it's not easy. Like if you're using it for the first time, it's not easy. So what happened is I would record the lesson, and if I mispronounce one word, I would just pause and start all over again. So one video can literally take me all day, right? It was horrible. Like the first video I was very nervous and I wanted it to be perfect. So one mistake can actually make me repeat the entire thing. Like I have to say it one shot, go through the script, no mistakes. And then over time, I learned how to do minimal edits. So for example, if I mispronounce a word, like as you can see, I stutter a bit while I'm speaking. So if I do this, and I'm starting to, I'm leaning towards leaving this. However, if I mispronounce a word, I just stop, take a deep breath, say it again, or say the sentence again, and just move on. So the edits are very minimal. So once I finish the edits, I use the script again to create a short clip. So I like to have an entertainment component into my whatever I'm creating. So I finish, my intention is to finish every lecture with a quote that's relevant to what we have been discussing in the lecture. And this is also helpful for people to remember the theme, right? So I decided to make a short clip of that specific part and post it on LinkedIn to promote the course. And I also upload once the video is done and the edits are done, I upload it to Podia. One thing I started to do is once I started to actually talk about the SEO strategy course, I created a list for people to sign up, a waiting list. They submit their emails, and I have a list of people that once I launched, I send them out an email for them to check the course. Anyways, back to where we are. And then after I finish the lesson, I go and reflect on the outline again. Sometimes I make changes at that point. I'm like, okay, once you go through the lesson, you have a different view of the course and the content. So sometimes I would say, okay, I need an extra lesson here between this and that, or I can merge those two things into one lesson. So changes will happen here and there. Be flexible. No one has everything figured out right from the get-go. So one of the things that really helped me is to be easy on myself and not be too hard on myself. This is my first time to create a course. And I know a lot of people have courses and created courses and they make it seem so easy. It's not. Okay. And then while I'm working on my SEO strategy course, something really cool happened. I collaborated with Marco. I just mentioned him a bit earlier. Marco launched Analytics for SEO course. Very, very cool course. If you want to learn all about analytics and data analysis, all of these things, definitely check Marco's course. So I collaborated with him to promote his course. So he gave me free access to the course in exchange for me posting about it. And I started just going through the material. And because of my background in computer engineering, I felt there is a gap that I can fill. So basically, people before going to Marco's course, they are new to coding and data analytics, right? Two things. And then once they start Marco's course is more focused around, so it uses Python and it uses SQL and it uses a lot of cool stuff, but he's also very focused on the data analysis concepts. So Python is a tool in that course. So I felt it's really cool, but I felt maybe for some people, they need a stage in the middle, right? So if you go from being new to coding and data and jump to Marco's course is going to be a bit more challenging for some people, potentially, to learn two things at the same time: data analytics and all those data concepts, and coding. So what if we have this blue box in the middle, a Python course, right? And Python is not just for data. You can automate with Python. You can use it for machine learning. You can use it with LLMs. You can do crazy stuff with Python. So if you make this first jump or first step from being new to coding and data analytics and start a bit with Python, if you want to continue your journey with analytics for SEO, for example, for Marco's course or any other person's course that uses Python or coding in general, it's going to be an easy leap, right? Versus this huge leap from being new to all of these concepts and then jumping into Marco's course. And I also felt this is the future, actually. This is how SEOs, or this is one of the things SEOs will be expected to know. It's not going to be something people look for on your resume. It's going to be something you may potentially get asked about at interviews. And even if in your day-to-day, you may need to have those basic skills to perform some tasks. Okay, so this is where I started to say, okay, this is an area I can fill. So I launched a Python for Marketers live workshop. So why did I start with a live workshop? So I wanted this, I didn't want this to be like another course people would sign up for and go through the material over weeks or months, right? I want it to be a one and done thing. You sign up, you go through 2 hours, you get learn everything you need to move on with your journey, whatever you want to do with Python. And the focus was, and this is actually something that differentiates this course, is if you try to go to take any Python course, there's a lot of cool, great Python courses online, but they're not tailored for marketers. They're going to walk you through all the development and all the coding, programming theory as well. Not theory, but I mean concepts, right? Things you may not necessarily need. So I was like, I can give the people what they need in 2 hours, and then they're done. They can do whatever they want moving forward. So that's where this came from. 2 hours. I also added a price. The price here, again, I just winged it, honestly. I wasn't sure how to price it. And for me, it was also a validation if this is something people are interested in or not. It was my first time running a live coding webinar, and it helped me create a curriculum. And also, because it's live, you get to see how people react to the activities and to the exercises we need to go through together. And I would be lying if I tell you it was great. It went great conceptually, like, yeah, it went well, but I feel like there was a lot of place for me to improve, and I got a lot of feedback. Positive feedback, don't worry, but then there was some comments that helped me actually improve my content moving forward. So this is the overall feedback I got. So people were between very likely to recommend and neutral, but most of them very likely. I'm super happy, super grateful, and I'm working on making this even, like this neutral, even less and less people, and more people to be likely or very likely to recommend this workshop. Okay, what happened is I ran this workshop twice, and after running it the first time, I got that feedback, and I felt there's a lot I need to work on. I don't want to send the recording of the session where people felt I was speaking too fast. I was a bit nervous, so I wasn't very structured. So I decided to record everything else, everything all over again. And I did, and I had a course ready. I shared it with the people who signed up, obviously, and that's how it reached this stage. I never wanted it to be something that people would sign up and just take it over weeks. I wanted it always to be this one and done thing. But I also realized that, I mean, even in the live sessions, I ran it twice. It's a lot for people to digest in 2 hours or 3 hours. It's just a lot. people need break and you need time to process the concepts and stuff. So maybe for some people it's great, but I now understand why this option also needs to be there. And right now, this is my focus, actually, and I'm offering free live coding sessions every now and then. I'll email them to you right after. Okay, so is the process for creating the Python workshop different than the SEO strategy? Yes, it's very different. So one SEO strategy lesson can take up to 8 hours of work overall to finish, from start to finish. Python, maybe 2.5 hours on average, unless the concept or the project I'm talking about is complicated. And this is regardless of like the 5 minutes you see in the video or the 10 minutes. If it's a 10 minutes or 5 minutes in either course, there's a lot of prep that goes behind the scenes. The Python training is unscripted, which makes it more complicated and means it requires more retakes and more edits. So that's a challenge, but over like recently I became more confident and in editing and more confident in talking. So when I'm explaining the Python concept, so I felt over time you can see yourself improving. Don't worry. So basically, I start again with a list of lessons. I use Google Colab, which is the document we write and run the code. And then again, I record the video, the script. I have some edits, create short clip, upload the entire video to Podia, and then again fine tune the outline. So basically, there are a lot of similarities, but then there's also some differences. Okay, the challenges and lessons. Okay, I think you may have noticed that my speaking skills and confidence need to improve. So this is the first thing. This is the biggest lesson, and I need to invest more time working on my speaking skills. I'm super grateful for everyone that gave me feedbacks. The people that told me I speak too fast, I need to slow down. I try to. I totally agree. I'm trying also to enunciate, because sometimes when you're speaking too fast, you just sort of don't say the word very well. And the second thing I learned is there's so much work that goes into creating things. Some people have needed, may take up to 500 hours, literally 500 hours to build their courses, just because we see the final thing, we see the output, and it looks so simple, doesn't mean there isn't a lot of effort and a lot of time and thought that has been put into this thing. And then another lesson is the 3 lessons roadblock. On the right, you'll see this is a screenshot of part of the Python for marketers training. The videos. So what I noticed, people sign up, and once they start taking the lessons, they go through the first lesson, 2 minutes, and then the second lesson, 8 minutes, third lesson, 5 minutes, and then they pause. There's a pause, and it takes time to go past after the third lesson. And the reason for this is the fourth video is 19 minutes. Right? So the lesson learned here for me is to always try to keep the videos less than 10 minutes. And this is something I'm gonna work on improving. Like, I'm gonna go back to those videos again at some point and edit them and maybe recreate them. But having short videos is definitely helpful for people to go through the material. Another thing is pricing. I am really horrible at this. I'm still struggling. I need to increase the price of the Python training. I'm not sure how that would work. I have like a few ideas, but there's no one way to do it. I ask people around, I take their opinion. I also see what I would pay for this. And another thing that also helped me a lot is just I always wanted everything to be perfect. Everything to be like, if I'm like recording a video and I do like like that because my voice, for example, or I would literally re-record the entire thing. And I was like, Sarah, you're human. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's okay. It doesn't impact the quality of the lesson. And last but not least, and this is one of the things that's going to help you in everything in life, in anything you want to build, is remember that everything is figure outable. You can always figure things out. You can read, you can experiment, you can ask around. Everything is figure outable. Just take small steps and you'll get where you want to be. So yeah, that's basically my journey. I hope you enjoyed listening to me ramble for the last 30 minutes.
Fantastic. And yeah, it's so interesting, isn't it, to get into the mind of someone creating a product like that. You don't often get that insight. So really interesting. I totally get the thing about restarting every time you get something wrong. I used to take so many different takes of, trying to record something, even just a short promo video or whatever. So as you can probably see now, I'm quite lazy of editing and just leave things in, even though my pronunciation of things are terrible sometimes, especially names. But we're all human, these things happen. So yeah, just to, if you're watching this live, thank you, really appreciate it. And if you're watching on catch up, again, awesome, thank you. And please do like the video, the post, whatever it is, comment what you've enjoyed, what you'd like to see more of. And that really does help the channel, the stream, boost the channel up and the stream. And yeah, it really does help. But if you have missed anything, do head over to YouTube to catch up, because there's been already some great talks today. And lastly, all the talks will be added down the line anyway to the YouTube channel at search at Sean, search with Sean. And yeah, so you can catch up on them. If you've liked individual talks you want to see again, then do head over there. So yeah, let's get cracking on the next one. And it's Ramona Joyta. It's about omni-channel SEO, which is really a great topic. So Ramona explores the shift from keywords to context in search results, including AI-driven outcomes, delves into omni-channel SEO, how it works, optimization strategies, and highlights the top tools to execute them effectively. So yeah, really, again, we're covering so much ground in terms of digital marketing. It's been really great doing this. Let's go.
And welcome to the YouTube channel Search with Sean. I'm Ramona Joyta, and today I'm going to talk about omni-channel SEO, winning the battle against Google AI overviews. But before I start my presentation, I would like to give you some insights about me. I'm the head of SEO of DWF. This is the biggest digital marketing agency in Romania. I have over 15 years of experience in SEO. I'm a speaker and a trainer and a mother of one daughter and a cat. I would love to connect with you on LinkedIn or via email if you also want to. I was also on the main stage this year at Brighton SEO, where I have presented my forecasting model with SEO. I have created my own forecasting model that you can use to forecast traffic and revenue. I'm happy to share that model with you. You just need to send me an email on my email address, and I'm happy to give it to you. Cool. And now let's keep to the agenda that I have prepared for this video. I would like to present you a bit of history of SEO, to give you a bit of context of the evolution of search. As we are entering in a new SEO era, and I think it's important to understand from where we've started and where we are today. At the same time, I would like to introduce you the concept of omnichannel SEO and to offer you some strategies to win against AR overview. And lastly, I would like to give you some tools and technologies that you can use to integrate and to measure the strategies for omnichannel SEO. Let's start with the evolution of search from keywords to context. Some of you might know that back in the early days of SEO, which started around the 90s, I would say, we used to have more than one search engine. We had Yahoo, Excite, InfoSeek. All of these were human powered directories or crawler based listings. People used to have a lot of choices, and in terms of how SEOs could use these choices to improve their rankings, I would say they were quite limited. It wasn't that easy back then to to have your website listed on these web searches. Websites were not indexed instantly how it's the case today, so it was quite a big difference. In 2000, it was the first time when Oxford Dictionary introduced the word Google in their dictionary in June 2006, to be more precise. Even though today Google has the monopoly in terms of search engine, in terms of searching, and the term Google and internet are often used interchangeably by users. This wasn't the case back then. Google was relatively known, and I would say that the internet usage was at the beginning. In terms of how we used to do SEO back then, I would say that we used to throw keywords on a website. I'm sure that some of you might know the term keyword stuffing. We also used to buy backlinks, site-wide backlinks, or to add the websites into web directories, which were like farm links, just to have an idea of how they worked. Of course, this didn't lasted long, as in 2010, Google started a strongly fight against spam, because basically that's what SEOs were doing. They were spamming. And it was for the first time when they started to consider the user for displaying the results, and mostly the user interaction with the websites. And this happened once with the launch of the Panda update, which was focused on content. The aim was to avoid those keyword stuffing websites and to promote and to rank websites that delivered quality content to users. And at the same time, they've also launched the Penguin update, which was focused on backlinks. The purpose was to avoid buying site-wide links or backlinks or low-quality websites. And also an important year in the history of SEO was the rise of mobile search. For the first time in 2015, mobile searches overtook desktop searches. It was quite a change, and this was also the time when Google decided to index the mobile version of the website rather than a desktop version of the website. This was just a small intro of the main pinpoint in the history of SEO on short, because we are now facing a new point, an important point, I would say, with the new AI overviews. What does the AI overviews do? Where basically Google is displaying the answer with the help of AI directly in their search page. This is quite a huge change. They said that this feature is available in more than 100 countries already, and it's targeting more than 1 billion users monthly. What's the impact basically of this new feature? Well, it will bring quite a few changes in the SEO world and in the digital marketing world, I would say. Firstly, we will start to see reduced click-through rates. Since the users is not going to click on a website or do an action, he will have or she will have the answer directly delivered in the search page. It means that he won't be he won't have to click or to open a website to read through it, which means that we will see lower CTRs. At the same time, obviously, we will start seeing a reduction in traffic. Again, for the same reason, the user will have the answer directly in the search page, so there is no need to access the websites. And lastly, it will engage lower with our websites, with the websites that we are promoting, and it will spend less time on the websites. To overcome this, I would say that for the SEO specialists or for the entrepreneurs that have a digital market or an online shop or a website, it's mandatory to start considering omnichannel SEO. This is a concept that I have been talking with my clients in the last years, since I saw once with the launch of the feature snippets box, I've started to see how Google is starting to control more and more of the space of the first Google page, and more the narrative of what's happening in their first page. And at the same time, I saw that their goal is to keep the user as long as they can on the first Google page, and to deliver the results that the user is looking for faster. Obviously, as a search engine, this is the main issue. This is the main goal of Google, but at the same time, it's something that it's affecting us as business owners or as SEO specialists, and we need to start rethinking our strategies. Omnichannel SEO is a concept that means optimizing content for search across multiple channels, such as mobile, voice, video, or social media, in addition to the traditional web search. I would say that this approach is essential to survive in the new AI overview landscape. Studies have shown that 70% of customers who interact with brands across multiple channels during the process, the purchasing process, are more inclined to buy for a brand. What differentiate omnichannel SEO from traditional SEO? Well, firstly, let's start with the scope and the channels that we are using. Traditional SEO focuses primarily on optimizing for search engines like Google, with an emphasis on web-based search results, while omnichannel SEO extends to multiple channels like mobile search, voice search, etc. At the same time, we have, when we talk about omnichannel SEO, we have a different approach in terms of the user. We are not focusing only on driving organic traffic by ranking higher on Google, like we do on traditional search. We are also focusing on delivering a seamless user experience across multiple platforms, ensuring that the user can engage with the brand consistently, regardless of where they search. And lastly, when talking about omnichannel SEO, it's also important to consider the content optimization. Traditional SEO relies heavily on keywords, meta tags, backlinks, and on-page technical optimization, while omnichannel SEO emphasizes diverse content formats such as video transcript for YouTube SEO, schema markup for voice, and local search. How we can use all this practically, and how we can integrate this concept into our SEO strategies. Where firstly, I would start with the content. My recommendation is to start creating concise, authoritative content that uses schema markup, and use schema markup when you publish it online. I would say that this is quite important, as for most informational queries, Google will be able to provide the answer directly through AI overviews. So by publishing new content, by approaching new ideas, it will be the chances of having the answer directly delivered by the AI overviews are decreasing. At the same time, I think it's important to start diversifying content formats, leveraging video, audio, and visual content to dominate the SERPs. It's important to publish videos, reels, and also optimize them. And lastly, focus on brand. As we already know, Google loves a brand, and the more authoritative it's your brand, the bigger are the chances for Google to list it and to rank it higher, and also to publish images or videos that are related to your brand in the SERPs. You can ensure that you can ensure or focus on that by boosting your EAT, and with having a strong brand awareness or brand strategy in mind. Optimize for voice and visual search. As I was saying, it's important not only to publish videos, but optimize them. Either if you publish them on YouTube or on TikTok, if you are optimizing them, you are increasing the chances of those videos to be listed also in Google. And lastly, optimize for local SEO. It's mandatory. It's one of the offline signals that contributes not only in the offline environment, but also for people that are using Google or other search engines to look for your brand. In order to measure the performance or the success of your SEO campaign, or what tools and technologies you can use in order to integrate all these concepts into your strategies, I have a few recommendations. Firstly, for keyword research and content optimization, I'm a huge fan of SEMrush. It's a tool that you can use to create comprehensive keyword researches, to do competitor analysis or content optimizations. I also recommend Ahrefs for backlink analysis, to do content gaps. You can analyze your competition, see what are the keywords that they are ranking for, and try to integrate them in your strategy. But also to gather, you can use Ahrefs to gather insights about your competition or about the backlinks. For voice search optimization, because we know that this is rising, the use of voice search is rising, so it's mandatory to consider and to include also this into your SEO strategy. I will recommend using Answer the Public, which helps you identify conversational queries for voice search. We can also tie this with the content optimization and finding new ideas for content for which it will be difficult for AI overviews to provide an answer to the user. And I also recommend you to use the Google structured data testing tool to ensure that schema markup is properly implemented for voice assistants. For video SEO, which, as I've mentioned a couple of times during this presentation, and I think that it's quite crucial to address it and to focus on it in every SEO strategy, I highly recommend TubeBuddy that you can use for content optimization, for tagging, or for having metrics and analytics for YouTube. And I also recommend vidIQ, which also helps you to enhance discoverability and content strategies for video platforms. Lastly, in terms of mobile and local SEO, I recommend creating a Google My Business profile, especially if you have a local business. It's mandatory to have one. It can drive the customers and help the customers reach you. It can also help you get the reviews about your business, and at the same time gather valuable insights about your products or services. And you can also use Bright Local, that helps you with local SEO audits and managing local citation. I hope that all these tools are useful for you. And also the concept of omnichannel SEO, it's something that you will integrate in your SEO strategy, especially for 2025. I highly recommend taking into account all these best practices that I've mentioned in this video. And if you find it useful, please share it or give it a thumbs up. And yes, let's get in touch on LinkedIn. And I hope that you enjoy this video.
Great, another really intriguing video there. And what I've really loved about doing this event, and just generally in the SEO community, we have so many great voices and insights from people from all over the world, and that's really great to hear and see. And talking of which, our next talk is around from Frank Van Dyke, and it's all about practical automations for great results. So again, we're switching up, covering so many different topics in digital marketing. And this video explains how to get started with SEO automation, something I'm really interested in, covering its functionality, the use of LLMs, Python, and tools like Screaming Frog to simplify and enhance SEO workflows. So really, really interesting and very current. A lot of people, really covering this topic, but Frank does a great job of doing it in this video. And I'll just line it up. I said this last time, I should have named the videos a bit better than what I did. Okay. Where is it? This is the great thing of live video, isn't it? That's interesting. Can't seem to see it. Okay, well let's skip ahead and I'll try and recover that because I don't want to hold things up too much. But it is a great video. We'll get back to that. So and all the videos will be added afterwards, so don't worry about that. So next one, we'll skip to this one. So it's David Wilson, and this is all about the power of reactive SEO, content and PR. And David discusses reactive SEO and PR. He shares real life examples, tips for creating timely content, pitching to the media, and common pitfalls to avoid. So let's get that one up. And like I said, I'll try and find what happened to that Frankie video there, because this is the thing with
of reactive SEO, content and PR. So before I go too much into the topic at hand, I do just want to quickly introduce myself. So my name is David Wilson. I'm head of PR and content marketing at Kuzai. We're an established agency, got 19 years experience. We've worked with over 440 clients, both big and small in many sectors. We get over 4.8 out of 5 stars on Google reviews and have great, obviously customer testimonials. And our average client relationship is 4+ years. So that's great there. My expertise is in content marketing and PR. I've worked in first PR and then digital marketing, content marketing for over 14, 15 years now. And I'm a specialist in this area. So I hope you find this insightful and useful. So before we delve too much into the hows, I do want to quickly define what we mean by reactive SEO, content and PR. So essentially what we mean is the art of responding to breaking news or trending topics online with content assets, content pieces, and PR campaigns that can capitalize on that increased interest and drive better brand exposure in terms of national media coverage, better media coverage in terms of more articles and better articles, and also better traffic to the site as well. So that's what I mean by reactive SEO, content and PR. And on this slide, we just want to really quickly give a running order. So we've obviously already introduced ourselves. First off, I just want to talk about why it's valuable. Then I'll give you some examples. So examples of where it's worked for us in practice. Then we want to look a little bit about how to do it. So I'll give you some tips on how to do it for content, how to do it for digital PR. I'll give you some do nots. So, how not to do it and common pitfalls to avoid. And then we'll give you a summary sheet that you can take away and action for yourself. So the first is really why is reactive SEO, content and PR valuable? What makes it valuable to a marketer? And the first thing to say is really that increased PR opportunity. So increased media coverage and brand exposure can often be seen off the back of doing PR campaigns that are really relevant to what's happening to the user agenda in that moment and reacting to it as the news is breaking or as close as possible to that as you can. The result of that is often much broader media pickup and normally better pickup as well, because that's kind of what journalists are looking for. So obviously that leads to better brand awareness, better brand exposure. Doesn't mean that things like product PR, brand PR, thought leadership, etc. are not important. They obviously really are. But it is, when it comes to search marketing, worth considering more reactive approaches that integrate with your content marketing and your SEO as well. Secondly, from a content perspective, publishing pieces of content or making sure you've got content ranking strongly for key events or trending news, that sort of thing, can be really useful in terms of driving more content to your site. So getting more read articles, introducing your site and your brand to new users. Thirdly, all of that has a halo effect on your SEO as well. So it has an enhanced SEO benefit too. So for example, having better read articles on your website is going to increase the chances of those getting traction, but also getting natural backlinks from third parties who find that content useful. And having better PR campaigns that are topical to key issues as well that generate more coverage often leads to more backlinks, which helps all strengthen the domain authority of your site and your subject matter expertise, which in kind of like the medium term as well as the short term helps improve your site, its authority in search engines, and how competitive it can be really for search terms and keywords generally. And number 4, we also just want to mention that it's important for positioning your brand as a thought leader. If your company's the company that's always reacting to breaking news or key trends in the industry, a final point I want to make here as well is more related to PR, but it's just that giving the Evening Standard saying, you catch me on a busy day, I'm not reading past the first paragraph, learn what a top line is and learn what is essentially newsworthy in a nutshell. The Daily True. Reach PLC, who is the company that behind the Express and lots of regionals. So it all comes down to would my readers essentially read it, and would we read it in our spare time? And if not, they're not going to publish it. And ITN saying the answer to when do you need it by, which is often what PRs like me ask journalists when they ask for things. When do you need it by? It's as soon as humanly possible, they say. So I think all of this just really underlines the importance of speed, of reacting quickly to the news agenda, getting journalists what they want, getting that reputation for giving journalists good stuff quickly is really helpful to getting pick up, and making sure it's relevant to the news agenda, relevant to what's happening now, is really key. On this slide, I just want to talk a bit about what reactive content and PR looks like in practice. So the first 2 points here: reactive commercial content. So that is more rare, but can be things like reactive when you find a new keyword group that started ranking because of a change in the news agenda, for example. You might want to go after that. But more commonly, number 2, reactive editorial. So when people ask questions off the back of news stories, you're going to want to rank for those where they're relevant to you. So, for example, if you're a lender, a financial lender or financial services company that deals with mortgages, when there are big trends in mortgage lenders putting up their prices or price wars, for example, you might get like an increase in search terms like, can I still get a mortgage? Or obviously increases in things like fixed term mortgages, for example. When there's changes to the energy price cap, you often see changes in search terms around things like how to save on your energy bills. So that could be an editorial content piece that you want to keep fresh. You obviously see things as well for increases in demand for keywords on fixed tariff energy rates, for example. So all those sort of things you're going to want to make sure you rank for, and particularly when it comes to like the commercial pages, what you can do is you can look back at what's happened in the past when you do your keyword research. So if you're able to plot, make a timeline of events, say over the past year for news events that are relevant to your company, it might be, if you're that mortgage lender, again, it might be changes in interest rates, changes in mortgage rates, for example. It could be the release of new Help to Buy schemes, for example. All those different big news stories, you might want to go back and plot when they happened and see in the keyword research, was there a trend? Did that news story result in a big increase in search traffic? And that will help you be more selective about the sort of topics you might respond to. So if you know that changes in the Bank of England interest rate tends to result in a few days later a big surge in the search, particular search terms around what are interest rates or how to find the best fixed rate mortgage, for example, that that sort of content is really worth investing in, but you might find that others aren't. And on the PR side, it tends to be things like spokesperson commentary, so commentary in response to breaking events or even planned news. So things like the budget. You might want to respond to that with commentary to the personal finance editors. If you're a tech company that specializes in cybersecurity, for example, you might want to respond to any big cyber attack. There tends to be a few of them every year. I think there was one on the NHS a couple of years ago. You might want to respond to that with a commentary piece on the importance of preparing for cyber attacks and what businesses can do to prevent them. All those different things you can do, and there are different opportunities out there on spokesperson commentary. Number 4, you can also look at polling. So you can work with third-party polling companies to do snap polls in relation to key events. So things like, for example, mentioned the budget earlier. There was a lot in the most recent budget, Rachel Reeves' first budget, on tax increases effectively for businesses in the form of national insurance, in the form of minimum wage increases. You know, if it was relevant to your business, you might want to do a snap poll to 500, 1,000 business owners, asking them what their thoughts are, or what they plan to do as a result of that, for example. And what you get back from that could be a really interesting trend story that means you can do a piece, really strong piece of content on your site, but also is really newsworthy and you can push out to the media too. 5th, it's worth noting that journalist requests, and the importance of building relationships. So there are, I guess you call them media databases or alert services. When journalists don't have a contact for a particular subject they're writing about, say for example they're writing an article on renewable energy, they often reach out using services like Harrow, services like Response Source, and that allows them to put an alert out to a big database of PRs and in-house comms people, requesting expertise, requesting advice, requesting information or stats, for example, in order to help them write their article, essentially. Also, some journalists still use Twitter, or now X, so using the hashtag journal request. So if you search hashtag journal request, you might find some journalists on there posting about articles they're writing, information they need to. Sign up to some of those services. Response Source costs money. Harrow, I think, is still free, but those sort of services can be great for reactive PR and getting opportunities in your inbox, essentially. But it's also important to build relationships. So build relationships with journalists in your sector, and let them know that your spokespeople are available, for comments. Tell them why they're experts in the industry, and let them know that they're available and that you can do quick turnaround on comments. And that as well can be really helpful for getting people to come back to you as well. And finally, there, I just sort of mentioned like more broad reactive campaigns. This might be things like releasing products in response to changes in the market. It could be adapting broader PR campaigns. Now I'll go through some examples of that later in the presentation. So moving on to some examples, I've just put together a couple of examples where this has worked really well for us on the sort of polling side or the data side. So the first thing to mention is that when it comes to using polling data for reactive PR, it doesn't reactive content, it doesn't always need to be breaking news. It can be other things. It can be things like awareness days or annual events that happen, industry events, for example. It can even be things like seasonal changes in the weather, summer, heat waves, that sort of thing, that can change how people search sometimes, but also that changes the reality of people generally, and therefore journalists tend to want to write about things that are related to that where it's newsworthy. So number 2, the key really is to get topical insights in response to those events and those trending topics. And often, point number 3, often a good way to do that is by working with a third-party polling company, as I talked about earlier. However, you can also use other data. So it's worth exploring what data is available in your organization. So things like, for example, could be simple as booking data. If you're a software company, you might have interesting insights on consumer behavior, or at least customer behavior, that other companies don't, and that can reveal trends that can be useful for reactive PR stories. But there are also other sources as well. So have a Google, look at what's out there, make sure the source is new, obviously, and relevant. But things like the Office of National Statistics often release databases of extensive research and data points on different topics, and it can be useful sometimes to look at those and see if there's anything you can get from there to create a trend story too. And fourth, it's really important to use that data to create news stories that and trend stories that are relevant to the news agenda at the time, and ideally as quickly as possible and reactively as possible. So some examples of that. First of all, this is a holiday park that we've worked with, and they essentially wanted to build backlinks to their site and gain sort of extra traction and traffic. One thing we did is simply react to the heat wave, and this is a really great example of how it doesn't have to be a big breaking news event, but it is something that's covered by the news, and it is something that's affecting people's lives. So what we did is we got data from Met Office on the different areas of the UK that are the sunniest, that are the hottest, that are the wettest, windiest, etc. And we did a study on the site, essentially revealing the destinations in the staycation destinations in the UK with the best weather. From that, we were obviously able to pitch that out to many publications, regional publications, national travel desks, etc., and create content on site. That, as you can see there on that slide, drove a big spike in things like organic users and sessions, which was brilliant, but also gained lots of backlinks and media coverage in titles like MSN, The Sun, Time Out, Mirror, the Daily Mirror, the Daily Express, things like Daily Telegraph as well, BBC. So lots of publications there, all just from using third-party data to react to what's happening now and how people are behaving and what's happening in their world. Similarly on this one, this is a little bit more serious, but we were working with a automotive provider, and they wanted to push their MOT tests. So we did some research and we looked at we found out that there was big changes happening to how MOT tests would be done that year in the spring, which is only a few months away. So we put together a series of content assets and a series of PR assets. So we did a study, we used their data, in-house data, to reveal the most common reasons that people fail their MOT and the most common reason people fail their MOT in different parts of the country, as well as like the areas, the towns and the cities with the highest MOT failure rates. So from that, we're able to create like a big study, a content asset with an interactive for users to use as well, that revealed like the towns and cities where MOT failures were greatest. And we did big PR campaign around that as well. As you can see there on the screen, again, we saw a big spike in traffic, but we also saw some really great backlinks and coverage too. So things like the Daily Express, The Sun, Auto Trader, and lots of regionals and other nationals as well. Here, I just want to talk a little bit about the power of reactive commentary and give you some examples on that. So the first is using your expertise to build fruitful media relationships. So it doesn't always have to be pitching comments out to journalists. It can be more proactive than that. So with this example, we work with essentially a private GP practice or a chain of private GPs that wanted to get more backlinks and a bit more brand awareness generally with reactive PR. So we essentially work with them to identify their key spokespeople and who had the best expertise in different areas of healthcare. We created biographies on them, and we went out to healthcare editors ahead of time and pitched their expertise and just said to them, hey, look, whenever you're writing an article, whatever it's on, be it a particular health condition or a trend, let us know and we can provide commentary from a GP or an expert in healthcare really quickly for you. It worked really, really well, and that's all we had to do. And we got lots and lots of requests from journalists throughout the year, particularly from publications like those on the right there, like the Metro, Yahoo, Evening Standard, The Sun, The Express, The Mirror, etc. All from being proactive about this, so that we can react to news stories and become a resource for journalists as well. And in a similar vein, this one is responding to major awareness days creatively. So this is another healthcare company, but this time an online testing company for different conditions. We did a similar thing, but we were more proactive this time about it. So we looked at different awareness days related to the products they offered. So things like STI Awareness Week, Cervical Cancer Awareness Week, and we pitched stories, so data stories, but also just commentary related to particular health conditions, trends that people had, and symptoms they should look out for example, and we pitched that out to the healthcare editors. We let them know about their expertise in advance. We got a lot of requests back for commentary and expertise as well, and we saw a lot of media pick up on this. We saw like regular pieces in the Sun, the Metro, Good to Know, Cosmo, Evening Standard, Huffington Post, Women's Weekly, and lots of others as well. This one is a price comparison site. So we did the similar thing with the budget here. And with the budget, we pitched out commentary in relation to what the budget meant for consumers from personal finance editors or experts, at the price comparison site, and got a lot of broadcast opportunities and national media opportunities like the BBC, Telegraph, FT, MSN, Daily Mail, etc. And finally, this one we put in here. It's a little bit older, but it's just to show that it doesn't always have to be in relation to one event. It can be a change in consumer behaviour. So this was when lockdowns first happened in the COVID-19 pandemic. It was for a travel provider to the Isle of Wight. And whilst it obviously wasn't great in the short term for them, we used it as an opportunity to get more backlinks in place via PR and to get more content on site. And we used the fact that people's reality was changing, the fact that people were no longer able to go outside as much and do things and they were bored, to target the features desk with articles related to activities they could do. And we drew on activities that are popular and that are really good at the destination. So things like stargazing, things like activities like cycling, things like fossil hunting in your local area. We created guides on these that we put on the site. They got a lot of traction, as you can see there. We saw spikes in organic sessions, but also mainly really PR. So we pitched this out and we got articles on things like lockdown stargazing and other things in places like Country Living, Auto Trader, House and Garden, Yahoo, Country and Town House, Telegraph, etc. So these are just some examples of how you can do reactive PR and the sorts of things you might want to respond to. Here I just want to go over getting the most out of these reactive campaigns and things you should consider. So the first thing really is on the PR side is plan for reactive PR in advance as much as possible. So the time you have, the window you have to react to some stories can be really short sometimes. So create a calendar of things you want to react to, and where you can create PR assets in advance and where you know broadly what the topic's going to be or what the content's going to be, create the, point number 2, create the media list, create the press releases, create the comments and the materials, and as much as possible, do it ahead of time to save time on the day so that you're able to react much more quickly. And the more quickly you react, the more likely it is you'll get the pickup you're looking for. Point number 3, secure as many PR and content hands as you can. Reacting quickly can be tough sometimes, particularly when the subject matter is complex, and you're going to want people to proof stuff and that sort of thing as well. So make sure you have people to support you. And point number 4, make sure you have spokesperson availability. So if you're relying on spokespeople, particularly if it's an event such as the budget, for example, where you don't know what's going to be in it, you need to be able to have that spokesperson on hand to give you the expertise immediately so that you can write a comment and then approve it really quickly, approve that commentary really quickly so you can get it out the door. So that's really important. So it's talking to your spokespeople ahead of time after you've identified who they are and getting their availability and cooperation. Point number 5, as I mentioned in some of those previous examples, do go to journalists ahead of time. If you've got a good expert, let them know ahead of time, and that can be really helpful because they're more likely to look out for your comment and they're a bit more likely to include it if they know who you are as well. And point number 6, build a bank of assets, build a bank of data. If you've got polling data or studies, build a bank of press releases on different topics, build a bank of commentary on the different topics you cover. So going back to that mortgage lender example, or a financial services company, you might look at different topics that you generally cover. One might be mortgages, one might be loans, one might be credit cards, one might be business loans. Make sure you've got a bank of assets that you can rely on so that you can react more quickly. It will save you time when you're reacting to things that are unexpected. And on the content side, similarly, create a content calendar of awareness days and things that you can plan ahead of time, and create those assets as well and create that content ahead of time. And number 2, research the events. So do be discriminate about what things you react to. it's all very well pulling a list of awareness days and things that you might want to write about, but it's important to first do some keyword research to see, have people, has that particular awareness day or that particular event resulted in a spike in keyword searches in a particular area, so international. So say it was Sexual Health Awareness Day we mentioned before. Does that actually increase searches related to sexual health and testing, for example? If it doesn't, then you might want to reevaluate whether you do it or not. So be discriminate and do your research, do keyword research. 3, be selective. Are the events you're responding to brand relevant? So are they good fit for the brand, but also are they audience relevant? Are the people that are searching for those things also likely to be potentially customers or at least stakeholders that you want to engage with? 4, get the resource in place, both in terms of content team and experts you might want to rely on for commentary, so that you're able to push articles live soon after the events happen. Number 5, publish the content ahead of time where you can. So if you know what's going to be in the content and you have the information already, there's no harm in publishing it a bit early often, because that gives it time to get crawled by Google. If there's any issues with it being indexed, you can address that ahead of time. It also if it's been sitting there for a while, it's more likely to get backlinks and get some authority that will help it when that change in search behavior happens. And number 6, don't forget that this is just one tactic in your arsenal, and it's really important not to neglect tech SEO, link building, and general content work. If you do reactive PR, but your website, the SEO fundamentals of your site are not good, chances are it's not going to work because you won't be able to rank for those things. So make sure on a content side that you are, and an SEO side generally, that you are looking after the technical SEO of the site, that you are building relevant links to the domain, that it has a strong domain authority, that sort of thing. And finally, I just want to really go over some common pitfalls and things not to do, things to avoid. So number 1, don't try to react to everything. If you do, the chances are you'll be spread thin, you'll create shoddy work, and shoddy work doesn't get picked up both in the media, and search engines don't like poor content either. Number 2, don't forget audience relevance and brand relevance. Make sure it's a good fit for the audience and the brand. Number 3, don't forget to get enough resources in place, both in terms of PR, content, and spokespeople. Number 4, don't react with commentary where you don't have the right available expertise or your company's not a natural fit. So particularly on the PR side, if you're going out to the media and your spokesperson isn't an ideal spokesperson for that sort of thing, they might not use you, or worse, they might judge you a bit because so for example, if it was the capital gains tax example in the budget, if you're putting out a commentary on what changes to capital gains tax means, you need to make sure you are a company that operates in either taxation or financial services, and that you have an expert, or at least an expert in finance at least, or ideally in taxation and that sort of thing, depending on what you want to achieve. Number 5, don't forget that journalists want materials that include a new take, an unusual angle, and relevance to their readers. So again, on that capital gains tax example, if you're putting out a commentary in response to something that's happened in the budget, don't just explain the measures that's happened, because the journalists in most cases will know that already. What they want from you in many cases is commentary on what that means for their readers. So that could be, depending on the publication, it could be investors, it could be consumers, it could be savers, it could be the general public, public services, for example, depending on who your audience is and who the publication's audience is. So explain what it means, and if you're happy, or the brand's happy, don't be scared to put an opinion on it, and your thoughts or the company's thoughts on what it means for what that means for your customers and how you interpret that, because that can often go down well too. Number 6, don't start with events that are really competitive. I've mentioned the budget a few times, and that is actually one that is very competitive. Many PRs pitch for that, and you have to remember that whilst the budget is heavily covered, their own articles can only be so long, and they can only include so many quotes in them, and often they'll pick the best. So if you don't have the authority in that area, don't have the spokespeople in that area, or you're not a good fit for it, don't go for things that are really, really competitive. If you're not going to be serious about them, maybe start with things that are a bit easier first. Number 7, don't forget to proof and double check for inaccuracies. It sounds obvious, but if you're reacting quickly to news on content or PR, it's much easier to make mistakes. So you need the resource in place to proof it, or at least slow down enough to be able to proof it before you get it out. Because obviously if you don't, you're going to look bad to journalists, and that's never good, and it's not good for your relationship with them or how well they're going to rely on you. And number 8, don't get disheartened if it doesn't work at first. There are lots of different ways you can do reactive PR, and if you haven't done it before, finding your niche might take a little bit of a while, or finding the niche that works for you and generates coverage for you and traction online might take a while, or it might take a few different tactics and attempts. So try, learn from it, and do different things and figure out what works for you. And finally, to put some more quotes again from the media in here. So Global Radio saying, don't offer spokespeople who then turn out to not be available. So that really speaks to the importance of making sure you get their availability in time. Bristol Live talking about not being too friendly if you don't know the journalist. People often think of PR in terms of ab-fab and smoozing people, and whilst there's an element of that, it's obviously important not to fake it, not to come across that can come across in not great. And also journalists want you to be clear and direct when you're pitching to them about what they want, what you want, and what the story is and why it's newsworthy, because they're busy. The Evening Standard says be upfront about how big a sample is when it comes to surveys. So this speaks to the importance of making sure that you do a proper survey that's got a good sample size and a good methodology. So ideally working with a third-party polling company to make that. And Reach PLC said, you don't need to call us first to check that it's okay to send an email. Just send the damn email. So essentially, I think all this really speaks to is the importance of acting quickly and not wasting journalists' time, and giving them what they want when it's relevant to them, and giving them stuff that's relevant to what they're already working on and the topics they're already covering. That's a really important part of forming relationships and an important part of gaining better media traction and PR traction. So just to really quickly recap then, obviously reactive SEO content PR can be a really great tool for driving extra traffic and coverage to your site, and extra sessions and traffic to your site, and giving you more brand exposure. But the key is really to pre-prepare for it. So prepare materials, content, comms data, polling data, spokespeople, media lists, all of that. Do as much as you can ahead of time so that you can act as quickly as you can on the day you're reacting. You make a judgment call on topics, be that content articles or PR campaigns. Make a judgment call whether it's worth your time, whether the likely result is going to be worth your time. Based on the research you've done, and make sure it's audience relevant, make sure it's relevant to your types of customers and stakeholders, and make sure it's brand relevant and that it's a good fit for your brand. Number 4, secure resources ahead of time, fail to plan and plan to fail. Make sure you've got enough people in place to be able to react to these things. Number 5, be selective on the topics and explore other areas. Don't just rely on commentary. Think about polling, think about other more creative ways you can do reactive PR. And number 6, just be patient, be adaptive and be persistent. It won't always work. Not every campaign is always going to work. And so learn from any mistakes, move on, and keep going, because it will eventually work if it doesn't at first. So that's the presentation today. I hope you found that insightful or interesting. Thank you for listening. If you've got any questions, please feel free to email me. My email's on the screen there. It's david.wilson@kusai.com. Thank you very much.
Great video there from David. Really great insights and knowledge around digital PR, some great suggestions. So yeah, thank you. And if there was any gremlins in the system, then all these videos will be uploaded at some stage down the line to the Search with Sean channel on YouTube. So don't worry about that. You can catch up, and obviously go back. If you watch a stream on YouTube, you can go back and watch things all from the start as well. So yeah, all good. And it's funny because like with the video earlier with Frank and stuff, that nothing went wrong in the first time I ever did this on Tuesday. And today things have gone wrong. So it's funny how I thought, it'd be the other way around, but it is what it is. I think I've resolved the issue with the video from Frank, because I really want to show it. So I'm going to try again now. And just to recap, this is Frank van Dijk, and it's all around practical automations for great results. So the video explains how to get started with SEO automation, covering its functionality, uses of LLMs, Python, and tools like Screaming Frog to simplify and enhance SEO workflows. So let's get going again. I think the problem was it's a different file type to the others. So it didn't initially come up, but I think we've resolved it now. So yeah, let's go.
Hello everyone, my name is Frank, and today I will talk about how we can be lazy as an SEO specialist. I'll share some practical automations with you guys, which you can use for yourself. I will give them away as well at the end. So yeah, you can try them for yourself. So my name is Frank. I'm an SEO specialist at Maatwerk Online. We're a small full-service agency from Rotterdam. I live in Rotterdam as well, great city. I love it there. It's in the Netherlands. And in my daily task, I love to automate stuff that is boring, but as well that makes us as a specialist working way faster than a competitor or be more data driven. So for me, automating stuff really started when OpenAI launched ChatGPT. Because then all of a sudden we had access to a very strong large language model, which can create code, can do data analysis, do on-page optimizations for us. It's pretty cool. I already knew how to code in Python a little bit, but with ChatGPT now I can create Python code that can automate certain tasks quite easy and pretty fast as well. And it kind of feels like you're working with some sort of super robotic version. You kind of feel like you're Superman working with ChatGPT, or at least I do when I work with it. So today I'll talk a little bit about how we can automate based on SERP futures, how we can use vector embeddings to optimize in bulk, and as well give you some small tips how you can start your own automation career yourself. So for me, it all started when I started working with scraping the SERP, because the SERP is quite interesting. For example, if we're doing a keyword research, we can use auto-suggest, organic results, people also ask, or auto-search for, to get new insight of our target audience, how they are searching, get new keywords, stuff that you don't always get out of tools like Ahrefs or SEMrush. So I first started with scraping the SERP with Python, which was really cool, because that data we can save to small data sets. So for example, if we want to do something with the 10 organic results, or we want to get the local pack or something else, you can just scrape that and add it to a small data set and then use Python to do something with it. And for me, it all started when I was doing keyword research. I was clustering keywords, and I thought this should be able to do this way faster. And at the time, there were a lot of AI tools, but they weren't really giving the output that I wanted. So then I just started playing with Python a little bit. And in the back of my mind was something called SERP similarity, and that is quite interesting, because that's the amount of similarity between two SERPs of two different keywords. And if Google or other search engine is showing the same results for different keywords, that could potentially mean that those keywords could be clustered. And I was thinking, like, why don't we trust Google on this? If Google is showing the same results on different keywords, then probably they should be clustered, and we can automate this part of keyword research. And the cool thing about it, when we do it with Python, it doesn't matter if we got 10 1,000 or 1,000,000 keywords, Python will do the work for us anyway. So yeah, there are no limits on this. So normally we would start with creating a long list, gather all the keywords that we need, put it in a spreadsheet or an Excel, and then just go through it manually. I would personally look at the SERP a lot when I'm doing this, see if 2 different keywords get the same results. And then when it's finished, we can create a content plan based on it. But the middle part we can do with Python quite easily and pretty fast. So we just start with the long list. Python will run through it and get the SERP results of all those keywords. And then when it gets all the results, it just starts looping through it. And when it sees a certain amount of similarity, it puts them together. And if there's not, it just checks with the next one. And the only question that you kind of have is, what's the sweet spot? I mean, how many URLs need to be similar in the top 10 to cluster them? There's not really a one answer to this. The best I can give you is 3 or 4. Most of the time when you do 3 or 4 similar URLs in the top 10, this is perfect for clustering keywords. But this is something you have to play with if the results isn't what you wanted. So as an input, we put a list of keywords. We let Python do the job, and what we get back is the keywords based on a certain topic. And now we know exactly which keywords we can use on a certain page. And it saves quite a lot of time. When you're doing this by hand, maybe it takes 3 hours if you're pretty fast as well. Do it with Python, just 15 minutes. You just have to wait on the script a little bit, but you can fix the mistakes and everything inside of 15 minutes of work, which is way faster than doing this by hand. As well, try this for yourself. Like I said on the last slide, I'll put a QR code, and then on the landing page you can find all the automations in a Google Colab and try it for yourself. It's pretty easy. You can just run the code in the cloud and then, yeah, just enjoy it. And as well, if you're missing something, just ask ChatGPT or another AI tool. I'm a huge fan of Claude to add certain features to the script, and then you can really adapt it to your project or your website. So something else I use Python for is scraping people also ask, because this is quite interesting. People also ask questions that people have searched for before in Google. And it kind of gives the intention that there's search volume on those questions, and we can scrape them easily with Python. The only problem then is they're going to be exactly similar questions. Questions are going to be the same, and they're going to have similarity as well, like keywords that I've talked about before. So we can use the earlier script. I've integrated it in this one and cluster all those questions. Delete it when there are duplicates, and create a new data set with the questions that we want to answer in a certain block. And then we can make use of the API of ChatGPT so that we can create an all-covering block title for those questions. And the cool thing is, because we're using the ChatGPT API, is that we can give parameters to it, so that we can change the behavior of the model a little bit. So in this case, we don't want ChatGPT to be write an all over promising block title. No, just a simple, clean block title. So in this case, we can change the temperature, toppy, and presence penalty, and now ChatGPT will be less creative and create a way better block title. For our blocks. So as an input, we put in, again, just keywords. We scrape the questions, and what we get back from Python is a block title with the questions that we want to answer inside of that block. And this works very good. Tried it for multiple clients. This was the first one. It was a bit scary, but yeah, it started generating valuable traffic from the start, and as well conversions. So the client was pretty happy. Really became a topical authority. So another thing where we can use the people also ask for our current content, because let's be honest, a lot of our websites are already gonna have content, but we can check if our content answers those questions. And if not, we can maybe get some advice. So with this automations, we provide a URL and our main keyword, or we can use the H1 since this is going to be optimized for our main keyword anyway. And then for that main keyword, we can scrape the questions of the people also ask. And then we can just simply ask ChatGPT, hey, ChatGPT, does this URL answer the content on this URL answers these questions? And if not, can you give us some sort of advice how we can add those questions or that content to our page? So as an input, we got a list of URLs and optionally as well the main keyword. And what we get back is the URLs with a recommendation from ChatGPT, like, hey, you can add this content to this page to make it more valuable. So now I want to talk a little bit about large websites, because large websites are very cool. I'm a more of a technical guy, so I love working on large websites because there's so much to do, and when you optimize something, it can really make an impact on a technical aspect. But the downside of it is kind of lose control, right? I mean, after a while, you don't know if pages link to each other, and yeah, there's got to be some problems with working with them. But there's just something cool that can help us, and that's something called vector embedding. And I just found out about this a while ago, and I wasn't really sure how we can use it. And it's pretty weird as well. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty weird thing. So I asked ChatGPT to explain for me what isn't vector embedding. And yeah, the first sentence is pretty hard. I would recommend watching a video yourself, just checking it out, see what it is. But the second sentence is quite interesting. It's, in simple terms, it's a way to convert complex data. So for example, a web page with content into a numerical format that machines can understand. And yeah, the cool thing about this is when we make a vector embedding of our web page, it now no longer contains content, but it's just it's just numbers, and it's way easier for a large language model to work with. As well with Python, you got some cool integrations, how you can work with it, and it really makes it way more efficient if you're working with your full website, because it doesn't need as much calculating power for a machine. And the cool thing is about this, and I always try to add this image to my presentations, because this kind of is Screaming Frog. It is a Screaming Frog cuddling with a robot, something like an AI robot, an AI model. And this basically means Screaming Frog with ChatGPT, because since the beginning of May, there's been an integration in Screaming Frog where we can use the OpenAI API, so we can use ChatGPT on our crawls or even other models that they got, which is pretty cool, because now we can use OpenAI's models, and there is a model as well where we can input text, and what we get back is the vector embedding, which is pretty cool. So now we don't need to do it for ourselves. We can just go to Screaming Frog. This is the most recent version without the JavaScript custom snippets. Now it's integrated in the API part of Screaming Frog, and we can just simply add our API or OpenAI API key, and then we can extract embeddings from page content. And this is quite cool because now in our crawl we're gonna have the website in vector embeddings, which we can use to do other cool stuff with it. So something what we can do with our website is, when it is vector embeddings, is kind of create a chart like this. And I won't recommend doing this yourself, but it's a cool way to kind of see what you can do with vector embeddings. So in this case, we got vector embeddings about movies in the genres action, mystery, and horror. And this could be like a website about movies. And the cool thing is that the vector embeddings, they got stored kind of values about the web page so that we can cluster them quite easy. in certain parts of a website. So in this case, the vector embeddings, when you analyze these with Python, you can see that horror belongs here, action belongs here, and mystery belongs here. And this is a simple thing that we can create with vector embeddings. So what could be quite interesting is if you, like, let's say for this website, we want to optimize internal linking, we can just group the certain embeddings together, which are quite similar. And that's something which is in the vector embeddings after we use the model of OpenAI. So now we know exactly which pages belong together or are quite similar, and we could potentially link. So what we can do is provide an Excel to Python. Python, we use a certain package to look for similarity between different vector embeddings, and then give us back another Excel, which is pretty cool because now now we can create internal link opportunities quite fast. And what I use as a similarity score is 0.875. The similarity score is always going to be a number between 0 and 1, and 0.875 for me is the sweet spot. But for every website, this will be a little bit different. If pages are not so similar, still want to get internal link opportunities, you gotta lower this number. And as an input, we can provide a URL with the embedding, and Python will do the job for us. And what we get back is the target URL, the URL where we want to put, where we want to have internal links for, with some source URL. So we know on this URLs we can add internal links to this one. And a cool thing if we're using Python is that we can check the HTML of the page and check if there's not already an internal link on that page, because then you really can get the new opportunities. And you can play with this as well if you want to have more links on page with an already existing link. You can just change the script a little bit. And another cool thing where we can use vector embeddings for is when we're doing a website migration. So when we're going from an old website to a new website, it doesn't really matter if the domain changes or not. We can use vector embeddings for that. And what we basically do is we provide the old URL, the old website and the new website, all the web pages with all the vector embeddings. And what the script will do for us is look for the most similar pages on the old and new one, and then puts them together. So you know exactly where you have to put a redirect, which kind of makes sense because the content is similar. So as an input, we put in a URL with the embeddings. Again, we do this from the new website and the old website. And then what we get back after Python does its job is the old URL, which needs to be redirected to a new URL. And the script will as well check if the URL doesn't stay the same, because if it stays the same, then we don't have to provide a redirect. We can just simply delete it from our list. It's quite easy to do this when you have got the embeddings from your crawl. So I always say, like, when you want to start automating, it can feel a little bit like this, where you're looking at a very high-tech city with all cool stuff happening. I mean, you see all this cool stuff on social media, presentations, as well as blogs, and it can be quite overwhelming. Really the best advice I can give you if you want to go and automate stuff for yourself is to just really go and start with doing simple stuff. Start with, let's say, using Streamline and put the API of ChatGPT on your crawl and create meta descriptions or title tags, stuff like that. It's small things, but it can really give you the idea that is very valuable when you are automating stuff. And the kind of steps I always use when I'm trying to create an automation is first spot opportunities. Look at your work, look at doing things that takes lots of time. The first thing I built was clustering because that was just very annoying and it took me quite a lot of time. But as well, just brainstorm with the team, like look for opportunities and look around, read blogs, and if there are things you think you're capable of using yourself, start with your research. Then find some sort of a data set that you can use. So for example, if you want to go cluster keywords, you can use the SERP. I mean, we just kind of check the organic results on 2 different keywords. But look for some sort of data set. If you want to do something with the weather, you're going to have the weather as a data set. If you want to do something on your website, you can use vector embeddings of your web page to work at fully scaled projects. And the cool thing is, for almost everything, there's an API these days, and Python is very easy to work with APIs. So yeah, the second step of this, find the data set. And the last one is use a large language model to work out the details, because it can be quite overwhelming. You got this idea, you don't know where to start, especially if you don't have any programming background. Yeah, it's pretty difficult to start somewhere. So you can just put your idea in ChatGPT or another AI tool, and yeah, it will give back an exact way of doing, of how you should build that automation. And the last thing I want to give you as an advice is use Claude. I mean, I've been trying to do everything with ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is quite good. It can do certain stuff, but always when I get stuck, I simply ask it to Claude to fix it. It always does the job in at the first try. And the thing with ChatGPT, you can try to send errors 20 times. It will do some stupid stuff, doesn't really work. Claude fixes it. So when you got you got everything figured out, just provide that to Claude. Ask, hey, can you create something like a Google Colab for this? And then you can use it yourself. So key takeaways from this presentation is, I hope I can have kind of helped you to get more of a mindset to automate certain stuff, a reason to do more with Python, because Python is so reliable. I mean, ChatGPT uses this a lot when it does its data analysis, and you just know what you're gonna get when you build something. If it doesn't generate the right output, you just build it wrong, and when you build it right, you know the output is always gonna be good. And as well, a handful of practical automations you can use for yourself. Like I said, on my next slide, there's a QR code. You can scan it yourself and use the automations for yourself. So thank you for watching this video. You can grab the slide deck as well with the automations. And if you enjoyed it, I'm creating way more automations. So you can follow me on X for English, or LinkedIn if you're Dutch. And then I'll keep you posted on next automations. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you for that, and definitely a topic I'm really interested in. Definitely going to spend a lot more time investigating next year, and I'm sure I'm going to be contacting you for further information and support. And that image of the frog and the AI, that's I don't know, terrifying but also quite interesting. So we're over halfway through now. It's gone really quickly. If you've liked this kind of content, please do like this stream. If you're watching on playback, like the video. It really does help support the channel, help me grow it. And obviously, if you like this kind of information around digital marketing topics, we cover such a vast range on my channel. We do interviews and chats. We're going to do panel shows. We're going to do the latest news on SEO, AI, digital marketing. This kind of thing that interests you, then please do hit the subscribe button and help grow the channel. That'd be awesome. And obviously I will be uploading all the videos individually, so if there's any errors or anything, you can catch up and watch it all again. So let's move on. And the next one's a former colleague of mine, and it's Maxine Stacey, and it's all around getting started on YouTube and YouTube SEO, which is obviously really interesting. And Maxine shares expert tips on starting a YouTube channel, building engaging content, growing your channel, and leveraging competitor research for success. So I'll just get that lined up. And do go and check out Maxine's YouTube channel. It's she's really grown it well and doing a great job.
And I am an SEO manager at Pookie Lighting, and I'm going to talk to you today about getting started on YouTube and YouTube SEO. My YouTube channel is Knitting with Maxine, and I've been doing it for just over a year now. So make sure you follow me there, and let's get started. So the first thing with starting on YouTube is just do it. Bite the bullet and set up a channel, get started, and just do it. There's definitely a level of fear in terms of recording yourself and putting it on the internet, but I promise you, starting is the hardest part. When you get started, you don't necessarily need to know what you want to specialize in. If you want to specialize in anything on YouTube, it takes a lot of practice just getting used to all the various different elements of recording and uploading. So for the first few videos, don't think about SEO as your #1 priority. Just have fun with it, and you'll start to figure out what you want to do, what works for you, and where people are finding you from. Once you've done your first few videos, you'll start to figure out what you want to do, and this is when you might decide to pick a niche. You don't have to pick a niche. For me, it was knitting, but before that I was just doing general hair, beauty, you name it videos, running videos. I did a little bit of everything of the things that I enjoyed, and that is totally okay if that's what you want your channel to be about. People do stumble upon content and like the variety, but picking your niche can make it easier for SEO and being able to start building a dedicated audience. So once you discover what you love, you can use this as the base for your channel. And once you've done that, that's when we start to look into how to research around SEO and YouTube, and it is a little bit different to traditional SEO search, but obviously YouTube is owned by Google, so there is definitely an element of having an SEO background that is beneficial. So I'm going to talk to you about a few of the free research tools that you can use both on and off YouTube. So the first place I want you to go is open an incognito window and just open up the search bar. In terms of whatever your niche is, for example for me it's knitting, I just started looking around terms around knitting, how to, and you want to look at the recommended search results. This is what people are searching for on YouTube. Granted, a lot of these you'll find that there is already a lot of content that already exists, but there might be something that's missing, and there is no harm at all if you want to create a video on that content to create a video on that content. But doing this will give you an idea in terms of the keywords and phrases to target and what people are searching for. In terms of YouTube's search tools for creators, if you go into your channel analytics, I always want to call it Chanalytics because I feel that's a million times better of a name. But if you click on the inspiration tab, it will give you some ideas for your next videos based off the content you've already created. So for me, obviously there is terms around knitting and sewing and crafts, and then it's also got a list of new content that's been posted on YouTube to inspire me as a creator. Within the inspiration section, there is also an area which is titled What People Are Looking For, and this will give you a range of different keywords and phrases that people are searching on YouTube. And what you can do is give them a like, so tap the little heart, and it will save these ideas for you so you can come back to them in the future. Additionally, it also separates out into shorts because short form content and long form content are different. So when it comes to making a short, there is an area called Make a Short, and it's got related terms that you might want to target. So for me, even though I'm not a crocheter, but knitting and crochet are closely related, it does give crochet ideas, but this is a really good way to sort of see areas where you can branch out on your channel if you want to, and popular terms that people are using at the moment. And this will change daily, so you can hop in and out and check regularly. Another area that is really good in terms of being able to find the keywords people are finding your content from is if you go into the channel analytics and the content section, there is an area called How Viewers Find Your Videos, and it breaks it down into external YouTube search, suggested videos and playlists, and how people are finding your videos. For me, if you click onto the YouTube search, you can see that a good proportion of my traffic is coming from organic search, which is 44.3%, and it will break it down into the various search terms people are finding my content on. As you can see, knitting machines are the prime area in which people are finding my channel. Another great free tool to use is from Ahrefs, which us SEOs all know and love. So if you don't have access to Ahrefs, either because it's through work or you don't have a paid subscription yourself, this is a great option. The Ahrefs tools that you can use are the YouTube keyword tool and the free keyword generator tool. They're both pretty much the same. You just toggle on to Google, Bing, YouTube, or Amazon, whatever keyword area you're wanting to research in terms of the platform. And what is really good is you can test different short and long form keywords and related questions, but you can also choose different locations. So if you're wanting to broaden your audience and not just focus on content in the United States or the UK, or if you're like me, I have a lot of German viewers, this is a really good way to be able to research how those terms are performing in terms of their search volume each month. Using the Google section is really good as well because it gives you general search volumes around those areas, and in terms of being able to be visible in search, obviously that's quite important if you would like a video featured snippet, which I've had a couple of times, and it's definitely really nice to see for the brief moment that it appears. Another area that you want to consider as well is competitor research, and you don't need a fancy tool to be able to do this on YouTube. Normally, think about what you like to watch in terms of how that relates to your content. I watch a lot of people making full projects, and that's what I really enjoy. And what you can do is make a list of YouTubers or the content that they're making if it's a particular theme in a similar field to what you are doing. Look at the videos that they have created, where they started off, and how they found out their niche. And there are various additional Chrome tools that you can add in terms of extensions, such as TubeBuddy, to be able to see the SEO features that they have put on, and that has got a free and a paid version. So a few final words on this. Obviously this is a really quick overview in terms of how you can get some ideas and do a bit of digging into the world of YouTube, but most importantly I think you need to consider, one, it takes time, two, that you should just do your own thing, do what you enjoy. I really enjoy the process of editing videos, something I never knew that I loved, and that's what I get joy out of in terms of creating my video. It's just fortunate that I do have a lot of lovely subscribers who join me for my knitting videos and viewers who join me occasionally on my YouTube shorts. Sometimes it is just about luck and the algorithm. I think we all know from our experience in SEO, sometimes you just can't predict what's going to happen. So don't take it to heart if your channel doesn't blow up straight away. Mine certainly hasn't blown up. I've only got a couple of thousand subscribers, but I'm happy with that, and that is good with me. Speaking of luck and the algorithm, timing is also just as important, and you can test uploading at different times and seeing how that affects your performance. And this also relates to the type of content that you might be posting. Some of it's seasonal, so again, don't take it to heart if you do a Christmas themed video that does really well for 2 months of the year and then gets no traffic. Sometimes it just happens. And once again, final reminder, most importantly, just enjoy doing what you're doing and see the SEO as just an optional extra to help push your videos in the right direction. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you soon.
Awesome. Cheers, Maxine. Yeah, she's totally right. Like, if you're ever considering doing a YouTube channel, whatever topic, one of your hobbies or whatever, just do it. Literally, like, don't worry about, what people are going to say. Just do it. And that's definitely what I would agree with. And just keep testing things out. I mean, I just do it for my own educational purposes, if I'm honest, and to develop myself. And obviously I share this with all of you, with the videos that I publish and, people I chat to. But generally it's a personal thing. And for me, success is just doing the process, I guess. If I get any views, if I get likes, comments, it's amazing. But I'm not really doing it for that at all. Like this streaming event, this is mainly just to share, to connect with people and to share the insights that I find and to kind of push these speakers, you know, because they've got some great insights that everyone should know about. So yeah, if you've missed the start, you can go to YouTube and rewind and catch up with everything. And also all the talks will be added individually as well, just to update you on that. So the next video is from Sarah Crook, and it's deeper dive into search. BigQuery meets Google Search Console. Really interesting topic. And Sarah explores how to maximize the power of Search Console on BigQuery, showcasing real-life examples of using data via Google Cloud. She explains how to leverage these tools effectively and build a strong business case for BigQuery adoption. So again, we're really going covering, you know, full spectrum of digital marketing, that's for sure. Let's try and find this one. Okay, enjoy.
Today to talk to you about BigQuery and Google Search Console data. We're going to look at that raw data that you can find in BigQuery and get some of that data out using SQL, but don't be too scared, it's not that hard. So a bit about me. I am a digital analyst at a company called Meliorum. So Meliorum means better in Latin. And my goal was to help people or companies get better at their jobs by using data, and also to make them better at using data, which is my goal for today. I've worked in the digital industry for about 20 years. I've worked in analytics for almost 10, and I learned SQL in high school thinking I'd never use this, but here we are. I have a certificate 3 from Westset in wine, and I do want to touch on that for a little bit. So back in 2022, I decided just for funsies to study wine in this 10-week course. It wasn't just your average have a nice wine tasting day out type of course. This was intense, mostly for somms and people working in the wine industry. The exam has about 50% of people who fail. You learn things like all the different wine regions of the world and what grapes produce what flavors, and how grapes, the biology of how they're grown. And I studied my ass off. I bored all my friends with all the facts, and I came out of this course with a certificate, but also with the realization that I did not need to learn all these things to enjoy wine. And I tell you this because in BigQuery and with the Google console, you don't need to be an expert to get the benefits out of it. You can use it as a stepping stone to become an expert, but this can just be one skill in your tool set to just find better insights in your data. But let's take a step back. You can now import Google Search Console data into BigQuery, but why would you want to? Google's allowed this, but why? To answer that question, we have to sort of look at what's wrong with the Google Search Console interface. So if you use it a lot, you may already know these things, but basically you can only have 1,000 row limit. So if you have some really long tail queries you want to look into and you have a lot of data, you can't see these. There's only about, there is a 16-month limit in the data that you can get. You can't compare date ranges, and there's a limit in how far you can dive into it. So if you wanted to look at Black Friday queries for the last 3 years in the Search Console data, it's almost impossible. So this is one of the reasons we want to link up BigQuery to the Google Search Console data. So it's very easy to do to set up a bulk export from Google Search Console to BigQuery. I won't go into it today, but there is a QR code there on the screen if you wanted to find out how to do it. But once you've done this, you get all these benefits. You get unlimited data retention. Now, there is an asterisk to that. It only starts from the day that you set it up. So set it up as soon as possible, and it'll start collecting that data from now until you decide to delete it. You have control over how the data retention works. There's no row limit, so you get all the data. There's also more data that you can dive into, which we'll have a look at when we go into those data sets. And you can run complex calculations using SQL that you couldn't do in the interface alone, and also could cause spinning wheels of death if you try to do it in Excel. And the thing I love is that you can join it with other data sources. So your GA4 data source, Merchant Center, Google Ads, there's all connectors to get that into BigQuery, but it's not just Google products. You could bring any sort of data into BigQuery and connect it up with your search data. So what can we do once the data is in there? Here's a few examples. So I talked about seasonal trends, whether it's a Black Friday thing or a summer versus winter, tax time versus Christmas. We can start doing those comparisons in date range. You can look at the number of pages that have 0 clicks very easily. Or if you want to connect it with your GA4 data, you could look at pages that don't even have impressions and how they're working. You can get a unique query count per page and basically dive deeper in to find those high opportunity keywords and identify any trends. So today, in this session, I'm going to show you how we can analyze branded versus non-branded queries quite quickly. And just remember, you don't need to be an SQL god to make this work. This is just a skill in your tool belt that you're going to use when you need to. So let's look into the data set. So this is Google BigQuery. And when you connect up your data set, you will see it'll have Search Console. This is some dummy data that we've set up for our training courses. And you will get 2 tables. There will be search data site impressions and search data URL impressions. When you click on those, you will see the different fields that are available. So site impressions is a roll up to look at the site as a whole, so just looking at that main domain. And you can get the query, country, and a few other details. But we're going to use the URL impressions, which has a lot more detail. So we still have the date and the URL, but you have all these booleans, which are true, false fields, saying, is it a job listing? Is it organic shopping? Is it a translated result? And then you still get your clicks, this sum top position, and your impressions are all available in here. If we click on the preview, we can have a look at what the data actually looks like. So our URLs, this is from BigQuery Pro, our training site, and a Shopify site where we sell toys. And we have the URL, what query, what country, and lots of details about whether it's anonymized. So you can see some have null here, where it's saying it's an anonymized search, but we still are able to count it and see what's going on there, whether it was web or image or a few other details that we can get out of that anonymized search. And a lot of different true, falses, impressions, clicks, and our sum top position. Now you could just click this export button, export it to Sheets or something like that and work with it there, but it would be a very large data set and you would have similar problems if you exported out the data from the UI, where it's very slow and really not making the best use of the BigQuery interface. what we're going to do is write a query. So we're going to click on query and say in new tab, and it's going to set up the basics for us. We have a select space from and the table that we want to query. So BigQuery training, test data, search data, URL impressions. And then this limit of 1,000. Now that all that does is limit how much is going to be outputted. It doesn't actually limit the amount of data you're querying or make any change to the cost of the data, which I'll touch on. So I almost think it's useless, and I'm going to delete it. And you'll see at the top right, this bit up here is going to be your best friend. It says that we have an error, that select list must not be empty. So the problem is here, we're not telling it what we want to select. So I'm going to put in a new space here, and I'm going to select just the query. So what people are searching for, the search term. And you can see now it's changed to a green tick, and it will say that it's going to use about 700 kilobytes when it's run. Now, why is that important? So when you set up Google Cloud, you will have to put a credit card down, but with that you get 10 gigabytes of querying per month. And so you need to keep an eye, if you don't want to spend too much money, you need to keep an eye on how much your query will process. So if it's in the kilobytes, don't worry about it. If it's in the megabytes, it's still pretty fine. When you're starting to get something that's in the gigabytes or worse, terabytes, that's going to cost you money. And maybe that's fine. Maybe you're fine with spending it, but just keep an eye on that. So this one's going to cost us in the kilobytes, so I'm just going to run it many times. If you think about it, if you had a 100 megabyte query, you could run that 100 times. I think my maths is right there. And that would still be free. So since we're in less than a megabyte, no problems at all. So I'm going to run that. And now we get a list of all the search terms or the queries that was in that table. Few problems. I mean, it's not telling us anything that useful. A lot of duplicates, and there might also be, if we keep going through, probably some nulls in there. Maybe if I go towards the end, no. The anonymized ones would come through as nulls, so there would be some nulls scattered through there. Null meaning not set, not there. So firstly, we also don't know what date range this is. So we're going to add a filter to add in a date range. So to filter the data, we use what's called a where clause. So where data date, and has a nice drop down to show you what's happening between, and I'm going to do it for the month of April 2024-0401 and 2024-04-30. So we can see it's getting a little bit bigger because we're now bringing in the date and the query, but that's still a very small query. So when I run that, if we look at the bottom here, we can see that we've got about 50,000 rows. If I run that now, I should expect we should have less. Let's have a look. Yeah, we're down to about 12,000, and you can start seeing those nulls coming through now. But again, still not that useful. I want to know how many clicks and how many impressions each of these queries have. So if we add to our select of I want the impressions and the clicks, again, we check that it's got a green tick, and that it is not too big. It's 2 megabytes, totally fine. If I run that now, I have our impressions and our clicks. Now note that this is dummy data, so the clicks being 1, it shouldn't really appear as 1 in your data. But then it's still, again, not useful as we have repetition and it's not telling me much that I can use. What I want to do is group all these, the hex bugs, the DIY toys together and add up the impressions and clicks for those. So very simple to do. We add in sum. So if you've used Excel, you should know the sum function. So it's going to add up all our impressions, but we also need to give it a name. So when you do a function, if you do some like maths, sum, divide, anything like that, you need to give it a name. So we're going to say impressions again. So sum impressions as impressions, and sum clicks as clicks. And you'll see I'm getting an error saying that it references query which is neither grouped nor aggregated. So it's saying, okay, I know what to do with impressions and clicks, but what am I supposed to do with this query? And that's where we need to add another clause at the bottom saying group by query. So we're going to say group by the query and add these together. And now we get our green tick. And we can see now we have our impressions, our clicks, all grouped together with no duplicates. We can also notice again we're down to 365 different rows. So it's definitely been grouped together, but not in any sort of logical order. So we're going to use another statement called order by. Order by impressions. So that's going to say, and if we put descending at the end, order by impressions descending means we want the one with the most number of impressions at the top and least at the bottom. And now we have an ordered list. But those nulls are annoying me and I just want to get rid of them. So we can add to this where clause, our filter. So we've got where the date range is this, but we also want to say and query is not null. So with the where filter, you can use and or you can use brackets to do a combination of both. It's basically doing some sort of condition that it has to fill. So where the date is here is between these two and query is not null. And really all that's going to do is get rid of that top one and we have our impressions and clicks. Okay, that's all right, but really it's not that useful. I'd want the click-through rate. So let's do some more calculations. I'm going to create another column. So make sure you put a comma at the end of each of these statements. The last one you don't, so that's why I just added a comma there. But we'll go sum clicks and then divided by sum impressions as click-through rate. And I also want to get the average position. So this is a little bit more difficult. There's a field, if you remember when it was shown, called sum top position. And we want to add all those together. So it's going to give me the sum of the sum top position and divide that by the number of impressions. And then you have to add 1 because in the data, it starts at 0. So if you're in the number 1 spot, your actual position is 0. So we have to add 1 so it makes a little bit more sense. and we're going to call this average position. All right, so we have a click-through rate and our average position. Going to clean it up with some rounding. So if you remember rounding, definitely done it in Excel. They do have a filter now, you can do it. Yeah. Do this by 3 and round by 2. So we're just encompassing the thing we want to round and say how many decimal places. So we want to round our click-through rate and have it with 3 decimal places and our average position as 2. And we'll run that. And now we have some data. Now you can tell it's dummy data because all the click-through rates are the same. So that's a useful query just to get your basic impressions, clicks, click-through rate, average position of all your queries. But as I said at the start, we want to look at branded versus non-branded. Now I consider branded in this because it is for BigQuery Pro as the word BigQuery Pro. So instead of having the word query, just having our query here, what we can do is what's called a case statement. If you think of it as a if this, then that. So case when query like BigQuery Pro. You can see these percentage signs. So when you use the word like, it can be used as like a contains, and the percentage sign says anything before, and this one is anything after. So if you have like and this, it's the same as doing a contains. If I just had it without the first one, it would be a starts with. If I just had it without the last one, it would be an ends with. So you can use regex and things like that are more complicated, but if you're just looking for one word, I'm a fan of just using like and the percentage signs. So BigQuery like, query like BigQuery Pro, hard to say, then branded, else non-branded. And then we have to put end at the end and give it a name. So anytime you've done sort of calculations, give it a name, and I'm going to call this query group. Now what we also need to do is, because we're not grouping by query this time, we're grouping by query group. I'm going to change this to group by query group. And we can now see that we have our non-branded impressions, clicks, click-through rate with the average position, and the branded impressions, clicks, and click-through rate and average position. And you've just done your first query. Very simple, and you can keep building on this and doing more and more complicated things and diving deeper and starting to compare different date ranges or different types of groupings, depending on if they were, say, they were action figures versus inflatable toys, and how they differ over time. So you can get quite complicated in here. So I just want to touch on keeping the lid on costs. I've talked about it as we go through, but one way is to keep, when you're building your query out, just use one date, so maybe just do it for the 1st of April in this case. Because my query was so small, I didn't worry about doing it for the entire month. But as you're starting out, I would do just one day, make sure you've got your query right with no errors, and then once you're happy with it, build it out to the time frame you want. Never do a select star. So if you can help it, select star will select everything. If I delete that, we'll select everything in that table. as I said, this table isn't that big, so that's only 7 megabytes. But if you're using, say you've got 18 months worth of Search Console data, that could get easily into the gigabytes or terabytes and is not useful in order to get the details that you want. So select the columns that you want and go from there. And you can also set up alerts in the billing area to tell you if you've spent any money or if you're going to spend any money throughout the month. So because there is a cost involved and you need to put a credit card down when you start, how do you convince your boss to hand over that credit card? How do you convince people that you need time to start learning this? Here is a few things that you can put towards your business case. Is explain that you need to set it up because of the expiration issues. So you only have 16 months of Google Search Console data in the UI. If you want more than that, you need to put it into BigQuery. You need to start from now so that you will have 16 months down the track. Explain the costs are very low. I know I spend a lot of time talking about the costs because I think it's the number one barrier for people to start using this data. But honestly, the costs are very low. If you're just letting the data accumulate, you would most likely stay under that cost. There's a terabyte of storage that you can have. So you would stay under that terabyte of storage for a fairly long time before you would start being charged. Where you do get charged is that 10 gigabytes of analysis if you're not doing smart analysis. But again, I think after you go over that 10 gigabytes, I want to say it's a couple of cents per gigabyte after that, but there is a full document on how much things cost. And explain all the benefits that we've just talked about. It allows you to combine with multiple Google data sets. It's not just for Google Search Console. It's something that can be used across the entire company as a useful way to find insights. And it will help you develop a new skill that will benefit everyone. SQL is not just for BigQuery. SQL can be used in multiple different data-based platforms. And it's not just for Search Console. Again, you can use it with all the other different data sources you bring into BigQuery. If you're looking for further help, I actually recommend ChatGPT. I use it a lot when I'm trying to build out more complicated queries. I would recommend always putting in that you're doing it for BigQuery and Google Search Console data, because not all SQL is the same across all databases. BigQuery sometimes has its own unique features, and not all data sets are set out the same. So if you put those in, it will help. You might also want to do that you're trying to keep costs low, so it might try to make sure it's not bringing in too much, or sometimes it can get overcomplicated when it doesn't need to. And if you're a data nerd like me, I would also recommend Lost at SQL, the link there. There's a fun game, well, fun for me, of learning SQL while you're lost at sea trying to help some survivors of a shipwreck. And you can always join our course, the BigQuery Pro course, BigQuery for SEO. Colleagues and I have set this up specifically designed to working with the Google Search Console data. If that's what you're interested in, we will be building out other courses with other data sets in BigQuery. But if you scan that QR code, you go to bigquery.pro. You can join up and register your interest. We should be launching early next year. Thank you all and have a great day.
Thank you for that, Sarah. Really interesting topic. Again, we covered so much today, but we have still got 3 more talks to go. So do stay tuned for those, because they are 3 fantastic ones. I tried to say 3 that were, well, just as good as all the others, really, but they're fascinating. So yeah, remember LinkedIn, if you're watching live there, or the playback, that it does cut out after 4 hours. So at like 2 o'clock, it will cut off. So you may miss some of the remaining 3 videos. I do recommend that you switch over to YouTube, or if you're watching on playback on LinkedIn, go over to Search with Sean on YouTube channel, and yeah, try to watch it from there, because you might miss some stuff if you're watching it on LinkedIn. So the next video is really great, from Alex Wright, and it's around total search. And Alex highlights how integrating channels, sharing insights, combining organic and paid efforts, testing strategies with incremental with an incremental mindset, and prioritizing UX can drive impactful results. So yeah, another really fantastic chat here. Enjoy.
Everyone, hope you're all well. Hope you're enjoying the session so far. Thank you so much for tuning into this session. This session is going to be all about total search and what that means, and sort of the components of that I'll go into very shortly. But what I want to do first is just start off with a really quick introduction to myself. So my name's Alex. I'm the managing partner for SEO at Dentsu. So that sort of role, what that involves is working with the wider SEO team across the UK to make sure that we are continuously offering the best service for our clients, that we're pushing what we need to in terms of performance. But then also I've got an eye on the future. So part of my role is really understanding what the future of SEO is, what the future of search is. I'm really trying to drill down into that and understand how we can translate what we think that future is going to be into tangible outcomes for our clients, and make sure they are always staying ahead of the game with their strategies, and making sure they can take advantage of all of the new features and developments that come out of the SEO industry, as often does happen. So about me in a little bit more detail. So I've got about 10 years experience in digital, most of that in SEO and most of that in agency side, but I have worked brand side as well. So I've worked for some household names in terms of brands, but then also agency side, I've worked with a huge variety of businesses. So I've worked with massive global companies. I've also worked with smaller SMEs and even down to just more local businesses as well. So it means I've got that broad experience across the client set, which means that I can try and tailor my approach to those sorts of clients. I'm also a Brighton SEO speaker, so I've spoken at that conference in the past on various different topics. That kind of ranges from soft skills all the way up to really technical talks on things like log files. My background is obviously SEO, so I started in the industry, more content side of SEO, slowly sort of grew into the wider SEO sphere and really got a handle on technical, and then just sort of grew out from there. So I've got quite a broad skill set in terms of SEO as well. But I have got quite a lot of hands-on experience, as well as this more sort of leadership experience as well. So what I want to start off with then is what is total search. So it's a term that some people might use, some people might not. You might have heard it called holistic search or combined search or any sort of combination of descriptions, but we like to term this as total search. And what that is really is aligning organic and paid search efforts to maximize efficiency and share of voice, and also meet that user intent. So really aligning paid search sort of umbrellas, that's obviously traditional search, but shopping is starting to become a big part of that, and also things that you might have to consider as part of that in terms of like things like Performance Max. So how does that look? Like a really broad strokes overview of total search. This is how you might see a total search strategy structured. So we've got it in sort of 3 areas here. So we've got strategy, build, and optimize. And you can sort of see when it comes down to strategy, this is where the bulk of total search really happens. So PPC and SEO aligning on keyword research. So frequently you might find in a lot of places that PPC and SEO do keyword research really, really separately. It's a duplication of the same task, because a lot of the data they take is from the same sort of platforms and places. So what we try and do within total search is combine that keyword research, make it one job, make it a continuously updated sort of database of keywords that we hold for our clients, but make sure that is not duplicated or there's no offshoots of that. It's always in one place. It's really efficient in terms of time, and it means that we can spend more time doing the more creative stuff if we are just trying to create those efficiencies in the audience or strategy building phase. Then there's also market trends, so also aligning on what the market trends are for our specific clients, and then any macro trends that we need to consider on top of that. So that's the real bulk of the start of a combined search strategy. And then we also look at the market as well. So we'd look at the competition that we face and the kind of forecasting that we need to do in terms of how big the market is, what our share of voice is for that at the moment, and how we sort of build a case for combined search off the back of that. So really, this stage is the fundamentals of combined search or total search, and it's what feeds the rest of the strategy. But this is where you will find the teams working really, really closely together, because once you get out of strategy and you get into build, you get into things like building campaigns specifically for paid search, but then SEO might diverge from that, and they might look at page coverage, how the site hierarchy looks, the technical hygiene of a site, any content that we need to create, either in the form of new pages or actually just adding content to existing pages as well. So this is where it starts to diverge, and we've come back together after that sort of structure and platform phase in this journeys phase, and you start to think about, okay, well, what kind of landing pages do we need that will meet SEO and PPC requirements? So whether that is like a specific landing page for a campaign, or whether that is just looking at maybe new products or new categories that need to be built out. And then we really look at how those pages might convert and make sure we build the perfect page off the back of that. And also, thinking about things like EEAT, which is obviously huge for SEO, but a lot of the things that you might do as part of EEAT will also kind of feed into paid search in terms of just improving overall page quality. And then we move back out again into measurement and reporting, and we all have obviously KPIs and targets that we need to report on and measure for different channels. So PPC and SEO will look at some similar metrics like clicks, like revenue, but there might be specific things underneath those we need to consider as well. When it comes to reporting, we like to do that quite together as well, making sure that we do report on the top level view of search, because if we are sharing keywords, if we are sort of understanding whose responsibility it is for certain types of keywords or certain sets of keywords, then we have to make sure that we look at that in a joined up view, because otherwise it could skew data across individual channels. And then there's also the real exciting part of total search for me is the experimentation phase. So really looking at bidding strategies for paid search, and obviously looking at keywords that we can include or exclude from the account. And then SEO is really about all the little tests that you can do, like how can we optimize for different SERP features and make sure that we're showing up where possible in all these different SERP features, which is a big evolution for SEO. And then also think about CTR testing, so understanding the makeup of our SERP itself, understanding what our presence is on there and the message that we're trying to send, and maybe how we tweak that to improve clicks to the website. And then all other things like A/B testing and anchor testing on top of that. So that's sort of a really broad strokes look at how total search works. But why do people care about total search? Now, this is something that a lot of people will be aware of, or a stat that may ring true to a lot of people, particularly if you are running quite high value PPC campaigns. But this is a stat taken from Search Engine Land from this year, which says that cost per click is up 13% year on year. In 2023, it was 9% up, so that increase is just continuing. And this is an average of overall of a lot of different industries. Obviously, that will vary by industry. We do have that sort of data available, so if anyone wants to get a little bit more insight into how CPCs are trending in their industry and get a bit more strategic direction on that, then come and speak to us. But one of the things that I find key as well is that there's an increase in things like shopping ads CPC. Obviously, with the advent of PMAX and that moving more into shopping over the last year or so, that's really accelerated that increase in CPC. But what it's led to is a lot of brands saying things like, I want to improve my SEO so I can stop spending as much on PPC, or we want to really get to position 1 for this keyword and then we can turn ads off for it. So to me, this is a big misconception that we need to break a little bit for organic and paid, because a lot of people think that if you rank in position 1 for a particular keyword, no matter what keyword it is, you can just turn your ads off and you'll just get all the traffic organically instead of getting it through an ad. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. So this is a screenshot taken from a study, taken from Think with Google, which is taken then from a study that was done many years ago, on incrementality in search ads, and essentially what that means is looking at where an organic and a paid ad are present in the SERP, what percentage of those clicks is incremental. So obviously if there's no organic result as an example, then 100% of ad clicks are incremental because you're not getting anything else from organic. But the interesting thing really is this stat that I've got here. So for search results in the top ranks in position 1, if we have an ad on there, on that SERP as well, 50% of those clicks are incremental, so you wouldn't get those clicks unless you've had organic and paid on the same ad for that specific term. So a lot of people think, okay, well, I'll turn paid ads off and I'll have organic search just pick up all the traffic. Actually, you might be losing out on 50% of those clicks that you could have had. And then obviously it looks very different for other sorts of positions. So positions 2 to 4, 82% are incremental. So even when you are considering a total search strategy and actually pulling back on certain terms for paid, if it's not ranking in position 1, then you are losing a significant amount of clicks, or potentially losing a significant amount of clicks. And then when you get to position 5, it's 96% of ad clicks are incremental, which means that there's very little point in taking away an ad, and very little to be gained really from taking away paid search activity. So there is a study from that, like I said, that sits behind this. Think with Google have just tried to summarize the key points of that really. And the one thing they do caveat all of this with is that they're averages. All of these reports are taken from averages over lots of different industries. And the encouragement here is for advertisers to experiment themselves. So really understanding how you can test that for your own brand, and not just rely on these averages, because that 50% for it being incremental for position 1 might be 40% for a different industry. It may be even higher. It might be 60%. It all depends on the industry, the makeup of the SERPs. What I will say as a caveat to this as well is that when this data was released was way before we started to see things like AI overviews, or even just some of the more the more prominent search features that we've seen in the last few years, like featured snippets really becoming more widespread, or other features that we can have on the SERP. So it's worth bearing that in mind, and that's why it's always important to test, because we have this data that gives a bit of an indication that having the two together might be really positive, but we don't know what that looks like across different industries. And like I said, we don't know what it looks like with the makeup of the current SERPs. So it's really important that you test those things. So our total search approach, we've got a platform that we actually use called OneSearch that helps us to do this, but we've got a few different areas that we would focus on. The first one is the most simple, and to be honest, when we're talking about total search, it's table stakes. So incrementality testing is the most basic way that you can implement total search at your business for your brand. So there's a few different incremental things that you can do as part of that. So there's brand switch off tests. So I'll go through a little bit more about how we might do that in a second. Non-brand incrementality testing and branded incrementality testing as well. And it all comes down to basic keyword management, understanding what you might be able to pull back on, and testing what you might be able to save some budget on. The one thing that I will say about all of this in terms of incrementality is a lot of people will turn off their ads and then want to save that budget and just reabsorb that back into the business. My recommendation is a bit different to that. What I would say is, if you can save budget on ads or keywords in certain spaces, just redistribute that budget, because all you're going to be doing is getting more for your money, which means that efficiency is going to be better and ROI is going to be better. So don't think of it as a spend reduction exercise, think of it as an ROI increase kind of exercise, and think of it more in that growth sort of way, instead of looking at how you can save money. So incrementality testing, this is a really basic way of doing it, and one that everyone should be able to do as long as you've got access to Google Search Console and a Google Ads account with enough data in it. So first step here is to use Google Search Console. So this is typically the SEO team that will look into this, and identify keywords that you perform well for organically. Now, brand search is a really easy one to start with, particularly if you do have a brand that isn't a more generic name. So if it's really specific to you, then this makes it a lot easier. And what you will want to do is just essentially identify all of the keywords that you rank really well organically for. Like I said, mostly brand, but you might have some generics in there as well. What you will then do is take that list of keywords and then work with your paid search team to analyze the data for that in Google Ads. So what we're looking for here is any keywords that have got a really high impression share. So impression share is essentially the top of page impression share, and how much that impression share is taken away from you from competitors. So what you'd be looking for here is realistically 90% plus. You can flex that up and down. 90% plus is fairly safe. It means there's very little competitor activity on that SERP, so it means that you might be able to pull back some of your budget on there if you perform really well organically. And then once you've identified a list of keywords that hit those two criteria, so you rank in position 1 and you've got really high impression share, ideally over 90%, then you can actually start to look at pausing those keywords in your campaigns. So the one thing that you've got to be aware of with this, and I'll put it as a tip here, is to really check your performance max campaigns, because what can happen is a lot of times that you're not actively bidding on a term, it can actually just feed into a performance max campaign. So it's really important to understand where those terms are coming from, and you might have to take a bit of a creative approach if you are seeing quite a lot of terms that you're trying to move away from in performance max because of the way that you have to manage those at the moment in platform. Always worth speaking to your PPC team about how you actually do that. What you will then want to do is take a benchmark of the average clicks across organic and paid for those terms, and then you'll want to monitor that throughout your test as well. So if you remove paid search activity, do you still see an overall set of clicks, or the same overall clicks from Google Search Console, for example, or do you see an increase in Google Search Console clicks as a result, but does it equal the sort of same amount? And keep monitoring that throughout your test. What I'd say is that you will need to obviously run this test for a significant amount of time, and then I put the test lengths will vary here as well, so it depends on the volume of your keywords and your industry itself. But don't just set it and forget it. Keep monitoring that over time. Make sure that you aren't seeing keywords pop up for certain, or ads pop up for certain keywords because they're being fed back into a performance max campaign, or some automation is taking place in Google Ads. And really key actually is to make sure your competitors haven't noticed that you've taken your budget away and then they start bidding on it. So again, it's really understanding what you can do with those keywords throughout the test as well. So making sure that you're not losing ground because competitors are bidding, or you're accidentally cannibalizing yourself, to make sure the test is fair and to make sure that you're getting the right information you need out of this. And then at the end of the test, if you are seeing fairly flat traffic across organic and paid for those sort of keywords, regardless of the split between the two channels, then you can probably term that as a little bit of a success. The one thing that I would bear in mind is revenue or conversion data as well as this. Now, you obviously can't see for SEO revenue and conversion data at keyword level, but if you see an overall reduction in revenue or conversions from specific page stats, or just in general from your account while you're running this test, that might be a signal to trial putting ads back in to see if that increases conversion rate. Because if it does, then there might be something specific about the messaging on the targeting of the ads that is actually having a positive impact on conversion rate. So something to be aware of, but monitor that at the end, and then you can make your own decisions off the back of it. But there are other parts of the total search approach. So like I said, incrementality is table stakes. It's something that you'll just need to do to get yourself started, and it's something that everyone can do. So you can also look at things like growth. So keyword sharing is obviously part of an overall strategy, but really understanding how you target different keywords with different channels and the bidding strategies around those as well is quite important. Shared messaging is one thing that I think is really crucial for this as well, because what I find a lot of the time is when you go to run an incrementality test, you can look at an organic result and a paid result for the same keyword, and typically the messaging is different, and therefore if you do test that switch off, you might find that the paid search ad has much better messaging than the organic listing that is being presented to users, and therefore it all falls apart really when you start to test, because again, you're not testing equally or two equal sets of results. But also shared messaging in the sense that you can look at paid search and see what kind of messaging is resonating with users based on what ads get higher click-through rates, and you can feed that back into organic, and hopefully that will help organic to improve click-through rates as well. But there's loads of things that you can do off the back of that to try and improve that. And the other thing that I've got as well on here is UX considerations, because a lot of people look at total search and they think it's keyword based, and a lot of it is, because a lot of search is keyword based, but The reality is there are a lot of things that you can do at a page level as well to try and improve performance across the two. So obviously in SEO, the experience on your page is really, really important. It's measured in a variety of different ways for a variety of different SERPs, whether that is sort of the quality of content or the way it meets user intent. But there's also, in paid search, there's quality score to consider. So that is obviously the overall experience of the page. It's made up of a lot of different metrics. So UX is really important for total search, and a lot of people miss this and they think it's not as crucial as keyword optimization, but it can be very, very impactful as well. So you can test things like redesigning pages and really trying to fit into what you think is going to hit the best quality score and really improve experience for the user. And then you can also look at more basic tests like just content optimization and really trying to meet, again, the intent of users through your content and really try and hit the right notes in terms of optimizing for specific SERPs. And then looking at things like improvements in speed or core web vitals and how that might improve not just conversion rate, but again, working back to that quality score. So there's different considerations that you can have in terms of UX as well as the keyword focus of total search. So it's always worth bearing that one in mind. But the one thing that I wanted to sort of segue into as we come to the back end of this presentation is the SERPs are evolving. We've seen AI overviews start to come in really heavily in the past 6 months or so in the UK, and then obviously different regions are starting to see those pop up as well, and the US has had those since the start of the year. But it's really important that we understand the impact of that across different industries and different SERPs and different keywords, and understand how we can optimize for that, because there are also things like the new shopping experience that's coming from Google, where we can see ads coming up in terms of shopping ads, but then they also include generative AI in there as well. And then there will also be things that are fed from product feeds, which can be a paid search job, it can be a feeds team job, it can be an organic search job, depending on your sort of team setup. But it's really crucial to understand that total search is going to have to evolve to really fit with these new SERP types. And there's also the user consideration as well. So we've got users that are starting to search in different ways, users that are turning to different platforms than just Google, and they are still search engines in a lot of cases that we need to consider. So it's how we optimize across platforms for our users. But for example, this taken from the Jungle Scout Consumer Trends report for the back end of this year, we can see that different audiences start searching for products in different places. So Gen Z turns to Google 25% less than Gen X when searching. Gen Z actually over-index in things like TikTok and some of the more social platforms like Instagram and even Pinterest. Whereas what you might see, obviously, within this data is Gen X actually over-indexing in Amazon. So there are other considerations to total search that need to come away from just Google. Obviously, the bulk of volume is still going to be in Google for a lot of places, but it's worth considering this multi-platform approach. So what I'm trying to say here is that total search needs to evolve now to be that multi-platform approach, to meet users where they are, when they need to be met. So getting to them at the right stage of their journey with the right messages, and understanding how your brand can really have a conversation with them at that point, and what they need to see from your brand, whether it's an ad, whether it's an organic listing, whether it's a shopping listing. That's what total search needs to be as a whole. And that's me. Thank you so much for listening to the talk. Hope you took a lot from that. Obviously, this is scratching the surface of total search and what can be done with that. But I wanted to give everyone today a really brief overview of how you can start to think about total search for your brand, ways to get started really quickly, and just give you something to think about for the future. If you have any questions, please reach out to me and we can have a chat about what that might look like for your brand. Okay, thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, I mean, I was just talking yesterday to Will Critchlow. I've got that video. It's going to be uploaded. Obviously, it's fantastic. And we're talking around the relationship between organic and paid. And it's not so much like if you got a budget for paid, it's not so much about reducing the budget. It's about, obviously maybe you could do that, but it's more about like Alex brought up, but, utilizing it better, making sure you're reaching people on different parts of the funnel. Not so much just focusing, going after the same stuff. How can you increase the range that you're bringing people in from the site, you know, relevant people, obviously, like I say. So yeah, really interesting, great talk. And remember, there's 2 more talks left, so it will cut out on LinkedIn in around 15 minutes. So do head over to YouTube at Search with Sean. And whilst you're there, if you're interested in this kind of content, digital marketing, insights, news, we've got panel shows, we're going to have more live streams, etc. Please do subscribe. It will help me grow the channel, and that'd be really appreciated. And also, you know, leave some comments. What has been your favorite talk? Have you got any questions for the speakers? Is there any kind of content you want me to do in the future? Anything like that would be really great to hear. And the next one, say 2 more great videos. So Sean Carroll is the next one, and this is how, you know, a bit of a case study, but it went from 0 to 30,000 clicks per month in 16 months with effective keyword research. And in this video, Sean breaks down keyword research, explores how to uncover opportunities beyond, you know, traditional SEO tools, and shares real life case studies for practical insights. I really enjoyed this one. So do stay tuned. It does feel weird saying my name and it's not about me, but you know, here we go.
With Starlink, and it's all working in my house, and I've got a much better internet connection now, much faster. So I'm really happy, and I get talking to Kieran, and we have a bit of a chat, and actually this kind of opportunity starts to kind of present itself even more. Kieran's talking about the fact that, you know, he's getting more and more of these Starlink installs now, and less TV aerial and satellite installation. He's telling me about how some of the big satellite kind of companies who use, like, for, you know, satellite TV and things like that, how they're actually kind of reverting to actually, you know, internet connection on TV, like with streaming and things like that, as well as the big streaming platforms are coming in. So I have this really interesting chat with Kieran, and I think actually this really could be an opportunity. So I start going off and doing a bit of research. When I kind of take this opportunity, then I go and see if there's any validation in the actual kind of SEO software tools, right? And back at this point, it's probably around kind of like February, March, April 2022 when all of this was happening. And around this time, I did see what I'd seen as a customer, but as an SEO now looking, is that there was a lack of competition for these types of keywords like Starlink installation, but there looked as if there was a growing interest and a building average search volume happening over time. Now, one of the things we have to pinpoint here, which is really key with some of these SEO tools, is that we're always seeing an average with the search volume, okay? So we should always take that with a pinch of salt. The search volume itself is an average search volume. So it's not real time, it's actually retrospective. So anytime we look at that data could either be less or more than it actually shows. So we just need to kind of take that into account, that it's not real time and it's not that reliable, because it can also be affected by seasonality. You know, maybe throughout the course of the year, you have seasonal times of year, you know, you might get more searches for certain things. So you always need to bear this in mind, that, you know, it's an average, okay? It's an indicator, right? It's an indication of what that volume is. So I'm starting to do this research, and I'm starting to look at what questions people are asking and what kind of things they're asking about Starlink. And I'm thinking, actually, like, there's a lot of content here that there's a lot of opportunities that present it for content, right? So for producing content and actually answering the things that people are looking for and the questions that people are asking. But I didn't just stop with the keyword research tools on the SEO software, right? I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking as many places as possible. One place in particular that was really good was Reddit. So Reddit is, great for obviously looking, to see what kind of questions people are asking about certain things. This one is an example. This actually later on turned out to be quite a successful piece of content for us for anyone using VoIP with Starlink. So, later on we produced an article that was about VoIP and Starlink. But essentially, you should be looking across the web, right? You should not Reddit, your forums, you've got community Slack, maybe Slack communities, you've got WhatsApp groups, you've got any of the private messaging groups that you might have. You might have Facebook groups, social media groups, anything that you can think of. You should be looking around to see what kind of questions people are asking about this particular product or service, because it doesn't just stop at the, it doesn't just start and stop and end with the SEO tools, right? The keyword tools. It's everywhere where people are having conversations these days. And we need to bear that in mind. And we also need to bear that in mind for kind of breakout trends and breakout, topics and questions that people are asking, because they won't appear in the SEO software tools until later, until the search volume for these things. So for anything that starts to trend or, kind of breakout things, really, you're better off finding them in these communities where people are actually actively discussing in more of a real-time basis. So then I did go over to Google Trends, talking about trends, and I was looking particularly to see, well, this Starlink technology, how is interest, what's been the trajectory in interest over the last, couple of years? Well, and I found, of course, that, well, actually it's going up. Like it's a steady increase in interest in this particular technology. So I had all of this information, and I'd done this research, and I started to think, this could be a really good idea. This actually could be something that could, it's got legs, and it's got something that could actually, go somewhere. So I thought, well, you know what, I'm going to trust my gut here. I think this could go somewhere. So I got back in touch with Kieran, and said to Kieran, look, I think this thing's got some legs, well, arms in this case. And I said, look, what would you think if I put together a website, tried to get some traffic for it, based on this keyword research and, using SEO, I'll get some organic traffic. And if there are leads that come through, would you be interested in striking up some kind of commission deal? You do the job. If you get paid and have a successful job, we work out some kind of commission. And Kieran was like, yep, that sounds great. Let's give it a go. So I put together a website, and basically very quickly focused it around, kind of Starlink installation, focused it around, put together as quickly and efficiently as possible, didn't spend too much time on branding, just literally picked some colors that work together, put like a very quick logo together that was, it's all very kind of templated, but just to get this idea of like a minimum viable product, right? Or something that can just work and see if it actually goes anywhere. Put together this website. So I took this risk, right? I took a risk to kind of, do something with this opportunity. Now, one of the things that I always like to kind of put in this situation is, well, actually, what's the worst? Always ask yourself, what's the worst that can happen, right? Is like, okay, I took this risk, and what's the worst that can happen from taking this risk? Well, I'm going to waste my time. Emi Martinez, best time waster in world football. Lose some money, Eden Hazard, or it doesn't work, right? So VAR. But these are the kind of worst things that's going to happen, really, is that, like, well, if the worst that's going to happen, I'm just going to waste my time, I'll lose some money, or it's just not going to work. But even if it doesn't work, I'll probably learn something, right? And you'll learn something from the experience of doing it. So always ask yourself that. It's like, well, what's the worst that could happen? As long as you're making calculated risks as well, you're not doing anything that you're not pouring all of your money into it, right? You're not pouring all of your time into it, of course, but take a risk. But obviously, you be mindful of that. Okay, we've gone through this example of how keyword led me to like a new business idea, right? But actually, what about an actual keyword example? We're talking about keywords. What about an actual kind of give me a proper example of what this could be? Well, this item here, actually, this kind of little adapter, this little bit of wire, actually made £22,000 over the course of 2023, 2024, and that's simply from effective keyword research. So because, and this is a really important point here with keyword research, I think, and things, just make sure that you know your product or your service inside out, okay? And also you just need to know your audience, right? It really corresponds to just knowing your product and knowing your audience. right? So that's the first thing. But I realized from having Starlink myself, of course, being with an SEO background, but I realized that the Starlink shop was actually not in Google's index. So basically, the average person who's online can't actually get access to the Starlink shop without being a current customer or signed up to Starlink. It's basically behind a login, right? So behind a login page, so it's gated, right? So it's not in Google's index. So this presents actually an opportunity, is that, well, people are going to be looking for Starlink products, but they're not necessarily going to be able to find them. The next thing is that I was aware how to, the current generation 2 Starlink, the one that I had on my house, I'd experienced that the router didn't provide great coverage across the house on separate floors. It was bad compared to, say, a BT router or a Virgin Media router. It didn't push and flood the house with signal, right? So what you had to do, and what you have to do, is set up what's called a mesh network to kind of, basically make sure that you've got good signal all around your house. Now, I knew this by being a user, but I also knew this by researching and looking online and, being in conversation with people and also reading people's conversations that they were having about this. To get around this, Starlink have the Ethernet adapter, which allows you to have a wired connection. So if you want a connection that's faster and more reliable, you can actually have a wired connection. But if you want to set up a mesh network, you also need a wire to go out to your other routers, right? So you need a Starlink Ethernet adapter, because Starlink did do exactly the same thing that, say, like Apple do, right? Is that they have specific products, specific accessories for their products that have, specific adapters that only fit their products, right? So it stops you from using, say, just, a generic USB cable or a generic Ethernet cable, right? You have to go and get something like this Starlink Ethernet adapter. Anyway, that aside, I started doing some searches around, Starlink Ethernet adapter. And I found that a lot of people were selling them on eBay, right? So the prices were much different than they are now. Like now, this product is obsolete, which is one of the reasons why I can talk about it, is that it's now a bit of an obsolete product. It's because the Starlink Generation 2 is no longer sold. On the Starlink Generation 3, they've got rid of this. You can actually plug directly into as an Ethernet adapter into the Starlink router, right? So the Gen 3 router. So this product's not needed anymore. But back then, these were selling a much higher price. But I was doing some research around the kind of, okay, well, what are the search volumes? And I already started to see that there was this upward trajectory of trend of more people searching for them. I thought, well, they're only going to sell more Starlink units. Therefore, more and more people are going to need this adapter. It was relatively low competition back then, even lower than it presents now. It's saying it was a low competition keyword. So I decided, I could buy these from the shop and I could sell them, right? So but I wouldn't go to eBay because they take fees. I could actually sell them directly through my own store. So I started selling them, and I basically made an e-commerce kind of product page. I optimized it, of course, by making sure we had good quality content that includes like all the technical specs, dimensions, FAQs, relevant content, right? Internal links. I made sure I was building internal links to this page. It's not literally just throw up this page and then, expect to rank. It's like you still got to do your on-page SEO stuff, right? So like internal links, build internal links, link to this page from authority pages on your website. Let Google find your stuff, right? Let Google find your shit, backlinks. Were built, I built some backlinks for it from external sources as well. So that was like a necessity. And I did that via guest posting. So going out and writing and then saying, look, you're going to need a Starlink Ethernet adapter, insert link. There we go. So, quality content, internal links and backlinks, like all of the on-page stuff as well needs to be followed. E-commerce allows you to kind of expand on loads of technical specs, dimensions, FAQs. Like you can go to town, like you can give lots of information. So it's relatively kind of easy to do that in terms of like getting into the depths of the detail of the product, and reviews where possible as well, of course. And yeah, so we always tended to rank with that particular page. We tended to rank between positions 1 and 3, usually hanging around position 1 and 2 up and down. Currently, we're at position 2, getting beat, of course, by sponsored Amazon and then Amazon themselves as well. So, but we're at position 2. And that just was, I was usually hovering, that page was usually hovering around positions 1 and 2 anyway. But over the course of 2023, 2024, this netted, £22,000 in sales. You can see like 296 orders for this particular item. So you can see how effective keyword research really does, kind of pay off if you can get it right and spot the opportunity. So yeah, let's just kind of wrap that up as, you spot the opportunity. Trust your gut. Like if you see something and you think, this could be a good idea, like an opportunity is just an opportunity until you kind of trust your intuition. A lot of SEO is about that these days, is that you've got to train your intuition to spot these things, and also take that risk. You've got to actually then make the step to do something about it and take action on that. So yeah, that's been the effective keyword research presentation. I'm Sean Carroll, director at Vixen Digital. Hope you've enjoyed it, and please do connect and comment and share, and hopefully be in touch with you shortly. See you later.
That's amazing. Thanks, Sean. And that's the second time I've watched it, or 2.5 really. And still such a fantastic story and such a great case study, and really insightful. So yeah, thank you. So yeah, we've, like I said, LinkedIn will probably cut out any minute, so do head over to YouTube to watch the last video, and it's a really good one as well, as they all been. Thank you for everyone who's watched so far. You've made it to the end, and yeah, I really appreciate it. So yeah, please do, if you're on YouTube watching a playback, or watching the LinkedIn playback or whatever, please do hit that like button to show these speakers put in a lot of effort. So appreciate that. The effort would be and to grow the channel so we could do more stuff, be really appreciated. And like I say, all the talks, there was some interference at the beginning of that video, so I really apologize for that. Basically, to be transparent, watching this on various different devices, and to make sure things are running okay, see what the lag issue is and stuff like that. So basically I didn't hit the mute button quick enough. So, but all videos will be uploaded onto YouTube, search for Sean channel, so you can catch up on that and watch the full thing again. So don't worry about that. So on the last one, last but not least, is from Ivana Flynn, and it's all about unethical practices that are hurting your SEO visibility and how to spot them and fight against them. Really fascinating stuff. So it's a deep dive into black hat practices, brand jacking, brand building, and the importance of branded terms for protecting your brand, with a focus on e-gaming and gambling industries, while offering insights applicable across all sectors. But obviously brand is a big thing at the moment. A lot of people discussing the power of being a brand, and this definitely covers that area.
Flynn, and I'll be talking to you about unethical practices that are hurting your SEO visibility. I have got 16 years of SEO experience across very competitive niches, mainly from iGaming, which means getting traffic through competitive keywords, to niche like casino, betting, online betting. And because of the nature of my work, and all the money in our niche, iGaming, is very rich, unethical practices are basically day-to-day occurrence, and we need to learn how to spot them and how to fight them. And I would like to share some of my experience and hope that if you ever see any of these practices, you will know what it is and how to deal with that. So I really hope that this video will be somehow useful. First of all, we need to recognize that SEO has turned from optimizing an existing website. As I said, I'm in SEO for 16 years, which means we used to build a website, create a content, not gonna lie to you, over-optimize it, get lots of horrible links to it, and it worked. And then Google became a little bit more clever about how we abusing content and how we abusing links, and started to make it a little bit more difficult for us to rank, and introduce Penguin and Panda and lots of other Google updates that made our life more difficult, and we had to think more of quality. So again, we re-optimized, we realigned our strategy, and we created a nicer, better links and nicer, better content. And it used to be that you brought that traffic in a sort of easy way to your website. By now, last few years, and definitely 2024, we see a fight for traffic. That's what our job is. We are all fighting for traffic because the traffic has changed. We see a lot of parasite SEO, which Google obviously started to fight somewhat in May this year with giving manual penalties, but it is not extremely successful. We see the popularity of Reddit and the unprecedented growth of traffic there. We see that videos are very much visible in SERPs, and we need to learn how to cater for all of this. Now, all of this gives us a potential of creating better content and bringing more traffic to our product or to our customers. But as well, it gives an opportunity to the opportunists that like to do sort of unethical practices, from the mentioned parasite SEO to taking your website down in certain way, like DDoS attacks or negative SEO attacks or scraping your content, a lot of horrible other things, to the two that I really want to talk to you about today, which is brand jacking and black hat PPC brand bidding. Those are actually really hurting your visibility and creating horrible CPA, so we're going to talk about that. I will start with the brand jacking, as well known as cyber squatting. So what is it? How is it done? Why do I have an issue with that, and not just me? How to fight it, how to find it, and can you actually protect yourself from this? So brand jacking is basically using your brand by another competitor, usually an affiliate, trying to outrank you and then sell you traffic on your own branded keyword that you build up a lot of work, that you put a lot of work to building up the brand awareness and the search volume behind that, right? As well, it usually involves they steal your copyrighted graphics, logos, and brand name. And many times, even though it's not true, they call themselves the official website. I come from iGaming, as I mentioned, and we see this a lot because the branded keywords are gold for us. We need to rank on them. We need to protect them. And obviously, affiliates know that. So if you are very uncareful about releasing new brand, and you talk to your affiliate partners about that, they might actually build affiliate website and release it sooner than you can create your own website. This is obviously, if not illegal, then borderline illegal and absolutely unethical and needs to be treated. What is the issue? As I mentioned, it is unethical, it is illegal, and it is very misleading because if people are looking for your brand, whatever the brand may be, of whatever product, they want to come to your website. So if someone else is outranking you and calling themselves the official website, and then they just give some affiliate link, the user experience is wrong. So how to spot it? Obviously, know your SERPs. We all using lots of tools that are monitoring our rankings, right? And you can click on it and see where you are with your brand. So let's say brand, and let's say some semi-branded keywords like brand, in our case, and casino, brand, and betting, brand, and esports. And if you are not position 1, you need to see who is outranking you. You need to do some ad tracking because this will help you spot it. And you can set up ad alerts. And all of this will give you a little bit more visibility and understanding where you stand with your own brand. How you can fight it? Obviously, you need to protect your brand. You need to create a very strong brand protection that we will be talking about. And in the end, you need to cooperate with legal because it is your job as an SEO to fight people abusing your brand, to spot it, even to prevent it. But if someone is abusing it, you can work with your legal team to bring that abuser down. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the benefits of branded keywords and why it's so important for us to build them and to protect them. Obviously, branded keywords have fantastic CPA. They not only acquisition channel, which obviously they are, but they are retention channel as well. And a lot of people forget to think about SEO as the retention channel. We are a very strong one, and the retention is mainly coming from branded keywords. And because the brand name is usually in your domain, it is much easier to score than for generic keywords. We know from experience and shared research that 75% of clicks and your traffic mainly comes from brand that occupies position 1. So you need to be top position for your brand to bring this much traffic to your website. 75% is not something you can forget about, and it is not something you can just not care. How to secure the top 1 position for branded keyword? Obviously, with your brand. You have got your website, make sure that it is optimized. You have got good content, you created good links to the website. It is crawlable, it is indexable, technically it is advanced. You need to make sure that your own website with that branded name is ranking. If not, you have a big problem. And that's a problem number 1 you will need to sort out. Now, as you are ranking for your own website with your branded and semi-branded keywords position 1, you need to learn how to block the SERPs so the affiliates don't feast on your traffic. First and foremost, brand protection websites are a fantastic way to do it. So let's say you have a brand name and then you put another keyword to it, like casino, betting, football, slots. You combine them, buy a new domain name that includes your branded keyword and build a brand protection site on it. Again, the work starts all over again. You need to create good content, good links, and create virality to it so people actually go there and see what it is. And you obviously claim that you are a website connected to your main website. You can track how people are interacting with it through affiliate links. That will be your own affiliate links. And you are not paying to anyone just to see the tracking on it, like how the brand protection site is behaving, what is it bringing, and can you do better? What was it doing when it was on position 10, and what is it doing when is it on position 3? You can obviously create more than one brand protection site. I would actually recommend that the top 5 positions should be you and your brand protection sites. But that's not all. You don't have to do just brand protection websites. You can do lots of other things that are for free and that will help you block the SERPs for your own brand. Wikipedia is a fantastic way to do it. Wikipedia has got lots of traffic, it's got wonderful SEO values such as LRT or DR, whatever you track. And this way you can create a very informative article on Wikipedia. Create a page where you promote your brand, but not in extremely commercial way because Wikipedia is allergic to commercial content. But if you have a product, even in casino and betting, there is always something original about it. You can write about the history. If you are a huge name such as Betson, there is tons of history to share, or William Hill. If you are a newer brand that is dealing massively, let's say, with crypto casinos such as BetSwap, then do write about that you are huge in esports and you are huge in crypto. And on your website, you can find interviews with experts in payments and crypto. This will give you something original to write about and Wikipedia to actually publish that page. If you are going to just write, we are online casino, come and play with us, we have got tons of games, Wikipedia will not publish this page. So even though you're using a free source such as Wikipedia, you need to be clever about it and optimize it, not just for ranking for your brand, but as well for what Wikipedia likes to serve to the people that visit and search data on Wikipedia. Now there's lots of other things you can use. Google and Apple apps. If your website or product has an app, of course, put it out there, optimize the page. So you are not ranking only on the app page, but you are ranking in SERPs with your product. Trustpilot and online reputation services is another great way to do it. First of all, once again, Trustpilot has got extreme amount of traffic, wonderful SEO values, very importantly, EAT principles. And then there is this added value of talking about your brand in a positive way. Now here's a little trick. If your Trustpilot score is very, very bad, make sure to pay attention to your online reputation. There are companies that provide online reputation services. You can do it yourself. You can ask your customers, have you been happy with playing with us? Please submit a good review. When you get a bad review, you can reply to it to try to clean up your name and explain what happened. What you should not do is having a very bad score and not care, because yes, you will run on your brand, but it will bring you a very bad traffic, very bad attention to you. And that's not what we want. YouTube. I mentioned it earlier that YouTube is one of the fantastic traffics. People love videos. Shorts are trending. So create a YouTube channel. If you have something to talk about, create a YouTube channel. Many times it's about your product, about games. I know a company that is really doing fantastic job with promoting Crash games because they are their product that their customers love. And they have a YouTube channel that is really helping them, because it's not just about protecting your SERPs. It's as well about creating a new traffic. And YouTube channel can create a good EAT signals. If you don't have anything interesting, or you don't really want to go the way of creating slot reviews or betting tips, you can create a channel on SEO, and you can talk to people about SEO and call experts there and say, this is on behalf of this brand. And then this way you will create a traffic people would like. Again, it pushes the EAT signals and it pushes your brand awareness and brand rankings through the SERPs. Company profiles are a very popular thing, something as we spoke about in Wikipedia, but this way more commercial. So if you are hiring and you have some software for that, that can rank, or your LinkedIn page. And social media pages. Social media is everywhere. We all love it. The younger generations love it even more. And social media can create a wonderful presence for you, can create virality for you, can bring you a new traffic, different kind of customers, and as well, it can help you block the SERPs. And you can use all the Google products, such as People Also Ask, Knowledge Graph. All of that takes certain part of the SERPs. And if you manage to create that and rank for that, it will once again push your competitors lower. Now, this is something that I previously sort of criticized for parasite SEO. So it is that principle of using a big magazine, big newspaper to write about you. Could be even a sponsored article, does not matter. But because those newspapers and magazines have got lots of value, you can rank through it in SERPs for your brand. And as well, if it's your niche relevance. So for example, in iGaming, it could be one of the SBC media writing about you. You can use it to rank for your branded name. And once again, Reddit. Reddit is a hot topic ever since Google married Reddit in their API connection. And Reddit is growing through every single Google update. since March. Everything that is dropping on AI scores, on helpful content update, Google is growing. There is an unprecedented growth of traffic, as you can see here. And even through the latest October update, Reddit went up. The main markets obviously are the English-speaking ones, such as USA, UK, Canada, India. But lots of other countries have got fantastic traffic there. Germany, Italy, France, Spain. And all of this traffic can be tapped into for free, and you can create your own subreddit. Again, don't do it in extremely commercial way. Do it to create a subreddit for your brand. Promote your brand there without being too commercial, and use it to block the SERPs. Reddit has got a DR, if you are playing that way, of 95. As I already mentioned, and I'm showing it right here, the traffic is extreme. All of that are ranking signals. It is a user-generated content, which Google seems to love lately. And if you Google anything lately, you get Reddit answers almost for everything in top 3 to top 5 positions. So don't be guilty of skipping on this fantastic source, especially when you can do it for free. There are tons of videos online to tell you how to do it. So if you're a little bit unsure how to do Reddit, Google it, you will find something. Now I'm going to show you some good and bad examples of brand protection. Amazon, that is giving lots of affiliate links and is being abused quite a lot, is doing an absolutely fantastic work in protecting themselves from their own websites to Twitter account, Wikipedia, Apple, YouTube, Facebook. All of that is blocking SERPs and not giving in top 10 any chance to affiliates rank on their name and therefore selling them through affiliate links, traffic on their own brand that they built for years, and they spend lots of money to build up a good brand. They are not giving any chance to affiliates to resell on their own name. Now this is from the iGaming industry. One of the biggest names is Betson. I used to work there. You can see they are doing a very good job. So in the green, you will see those are their websites. In red is affiliation. And in yellow, it's something that they don't own, but it is a company that is not their direct competitor. And someone who is doing a very bad job, I chosen Get Lucky website. Again, that's from iGaming, and they're basically not ranking well. Only first 2 positions when I did this research were protected, and most of it is affiliate. One of that is help desk. So 7 positions, they are paying for traffic on their own brand. So do better than that. Make sure you protect your brand because you're protecting your investment. Just think of it, how much time, how much money goes into creating a brand, creating a logo, creating a slogan, and creating the brand awareness and the buzz around it. I mean, just creating a good brand, it's a massive skill. You create it for years, you're building it, and someone else is abusing it. So don't do that. Make sure you check your inventory and be creative. Make sure that you go through it, you understand what you have, what you don't have, and you start to create those missing accounts, missing articles, or subreddits, or very importantly, brand protection sites. And then, of course, monitor it. Make sure that you put it in some tracking tools to see the progress, because if you create a new brand protection site, it's not going to rank position 1 or 2 right away. It will start to be there, and then you start to optimize it more, create better content, get some traffic and links to it, and you will see the progress. And you will see how the SERP is changing in your favor. Now, this was on the SEO brand jacking. I went a little bit too detailed, but it is an education video. One of the horrible things that you can encounter as a provider, as an owner of a very good brand, is black hat PPC brand bidding. So basically, we all know that PPC is a fantastic traffic. It is a great traffic source. It's faster than SEO. It's a little bit more expensive, but it is basically a little brother of SEO. And we try to work together to protect our brand and to give us traffic on keywords that SEO is not ranking. And now imagine that you are paying to affiliate and they are bidding on your branded keyword and selling you traffic on that. which means they are increasing the CPA for you because you are bidding on your own brand to protect it. And you're actually paying them extreme money to sell you traffic on your branded keyword. Now, this is very much seen in unregulated markets for us iGamers, such as Norway and Finland, but is not exclusive to us. This is happening across markets and across brands and across niches, especially if their niche has money. So adult would be very much push into that. A lot of loans, financial services as well, weight loss and beauty products, all of this that people love to spend money on, and there are money, then you are in danger of this. Now, what you will find is that if you start to look into it through different IP addresses, because let's say you are in Malta as me and you have got a brand in Greece and someone is heavily bidding on it, you'll change your VPN to Greece, you will find it, you'll find that the pages are cloaked. So you will see that you click on it and there'll be a picture of a hotel, because this is how it looks in a tracking tool such as Brand Verity. You will set up an alert saying that for this brand, if someone is actually bidding on it, send me a message on Monday, and you will see that for your brand that actually blurred, someone that owns top 10 hotels is bidding on that. And when you click on it, because you're human, you will see top 10 hotels. It will be a not extremely quality website, but it's there to confuse Google, so they are not immediately taken down. But the bot will see something else. They will actually see the actual top list, and they will be able to rank that. And people then in the country, certain hours, many times, will be able to see the results. And this is happening across markets. As I said, Finland is very much under attack. So what happens here? It is very unethical, because once again, those websites claim to be the official ones, which they are not. They are bidding on a branded keyword, which usually in affiliation contracts is it's protected that you can't do it. They are increasing your CPA. They are stealing not only PPC traffic, but organic traffic, because more ads you have above SEO, the lower you are pushed. And then many times in regulated markets, what you see is that your competitors can actually legally do this. So once again, you will need to monitor this. And who is becoming rich from this is basically Google, but not you. You need to be there with PPC, brand protection, of course. You need to create a good brand protection product, but how do you know who is bidding on you? So thanks God, we have got clever tools such as Humble AI that unclog these pages for us, and I highly recommend that you look into this if you are being a victim of this horrible practice. SEO and PPC need to work together to spot and fight all these horrible practices that are actually killing us, killing our conversion, killing our CPA. And once you clean it up, and you can, and there's a lot of work of cleaning up the fraudulent affiliates that are bidding on you through PPC or brand jacking you, you will see that the SEO traffic will start to come back to you, and then you are making more money. So don't give up. Monitor it. Be very, very assertive on this. Work with your affiliates, work with your legal to clean this up. You can always send legal letters. You can actually ask for DMCA reports to be taken down. You can submit manual reports to Google for removal. Just don't give up, because you are right and they are wrong. And this is your brand to protect. And I wish you all the best luck on fighting that. Thank you very much for listening. And I hope that this was somehow useful, and then you will know what to do when you see that someone is stealing your traffic on your branded keywords. Thank you.
Thank you. And what a great way to finish day 2 of Search with Sean Live. And I think you can fully agree that across today and the past, both days, what a range of topics we covered in digital marketing, literally everything. fascinating. Obviously, you can go and watch all those back on YouTube. And like I say, I'm going to be uploading each individual video to the YouTube channel, search for Sean, so you'll be able to catch up on the ones that really interest you the most. But you can watch the full things back as well, because I know there were some interruptions and interference and stuff, so you can watch all those videos without all that, or you can watch full streams back again. Day 1 and day 2 will be on the channel. So yeah, thank you all for watching, catching up on it, whatever you did. Really do appreciate you tuning in. Thank you again to all the amazing speakers and all the effort they put in. I really appreciate that. They put a lot of hard work into it, and they're all really fascinating in their own ways. So yeah, like I say, do catch up on Search with Sean. Please subscribe if you're really interested in digital marketing. Like I say, I chat with great people in the industry. We do SEO and AI news. We've got other live streams coming up. We've got panel shows coming up. We've got everything. It's going to be really busy. So please do subscribe, and you'll be the first to hear about all those. And yeah, generally there is going to be at least one more of these in January. So again, another reason to subscribe and be the first to hear about that. So we've got some other great videos lined up for the January event. But yeah, just thank you, and yeah, take care and have a good holiday season. Take care. Bye-bye.